وبركاته. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us here today. Are we ready to march for Gaza? My name is Layla Al-Haddad, and I am a proud Palestinian from Gaza. The 6 stories you will hear today are from Palestinian families from Gaza across the United States, and they summarize the unspeakable loss and suffering and trauma of an entire nation right now. Tragedy that has been repeated in 2 million households 250 times a day for the past 100 days. These voices, in the words of Arundhati Roy, are the deliberately silenced or the preferably unheard. And today, they are here to narrate their own experiences. And so I implore you to listen, to learn, and to be moved to action. Unfortunately, there are no words in the human language to accurately capture the layer of trauma and tragedy our families and countless others like them have endured. We are hurting, we are grieving, and we are silenced. And yet we are obligated to speak out. Together, everyone you see here today on stage and those standing below, have had 2,000 members of our families killed in just 3 short months. Often, as you will hear today, Israel has erased entire bloodlines in a span of a few short hours. Those who were lucky enough to survive are facing unimaginable realities, displaced, dismembered, paralyzed, or dispossessed of everything they knew and loved. This has been a senseless and a deliberate slaughter, a genocide in every meaning of the word, on everything and everyone in Gaza. Make no mistake about it. It has literally ripped families apart, destroyed entire cities, shattered everyone to their core, and left the survivors with nothing to go back to. And it is happening on our dime. Shame! I want to hand it over to our speakers, but just a quick couple of housekeeping notes. Speakers and non-speaking participants will be available for interviews afterwards for the media. Other Gazan families from all over the country are also in attendance and can be identified by their neon yellow vests, and will be marching in one contingent together. Thank you very much. I'm giving it over to our first speaker, Mazen.
Good afternoon, everybody. And certainly you all look very strong. Thank you for being here. We're all here for a good cause. And I'm going to tell you a story of my family. My name is Mazen Badr. I'm a small business leader and a father of 2 wonderful children and 2 sweet grandchildren in North Virginia. I was born and raised in Gaza, where I spent my summers playing by the Sea of Gaza with my friends. I'm also a descendant of refugees from Palestine, Palestinian village of Kartiya, from where my mother and father were displaced, expelled in 1948 Nakba. Every morning in my way to work, for as long as cell phone existed, I used to call my mother in Gaza to hear her voice. It comforted me. But since the beginning of the brutal Israeli bombardment and aggression, all I heard and felt over the phone was the fear in her voice and the sound of constant bombardment. Suddenly, our lives were reversed, as I was the one who was trying to comfort her. On the evening of December 23rd, Israel bombed my sister's house in central Gaza. killing 10 of my closest family members at once. My loving mother, Aziza, two of my sisters, one of them is blind, their husbands, 5 of my nephews and nieces, including my niece Asma, who was getting ready to get married in November. My mother had survived more than a dozen wars, becoming a refugee over and over within her Palestinian homeland. They had dreams, and they had dreams and lives to live. They loved and they were loved in return. Until their final moment, they displayed the generous and resilient spirit of Gaza that Gaza embodies. They left their house to make room for another displaced family and chose to shelter together instead at my sister's house. As fate would have it, their house survived, and so did the newly displaced families. But my family did not. Seconds before she was killed, my sister sent her 28-year-old My sister sent her 20-year-old son, a survivor of 6 Israeli wars and assaults in Gaza, to deliver food to her hungry neighbors. That generous, selfish act is what ended up saving his life. My family was buried in body bags in a mass grave. We learned that second half of my mother's body was found the next day. She had 2 burials. Even in death, we are denied dignity. I'm often asked what people can do to ease our suffering. And my answer remains the same. Do what you're doing now. Speak up. I call on my fellow Americans to not just demand, but force an immediate and permanent ceasefire. We demand that President Biden and the Congress to end military funding and weapons transfers to Israel that killed my family and all the other families. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Adam. I'm a pharmacist. I'm an American and a Palestinian from Gaza. I never thought my family would live through an experience of a genocide until November 22nd, when over 100 family members has died actually by Israel. Israel took my life, my soul, by killing my 83 years old father, mother, and a brother. My father was the salt of earth. Israel killed a man who loved life, loved peace, loved people, loved nature, and most of all, he loved his grandkids. My 5-year-old asked me one day, Baba, who are all these 19 pictures you're looking at? And I have to hold down my tears. They were 19 family members, picture of 19 family members that were slaughtered by Israel. Thank you, thank you. My cousin Yasser was not just a cousin, He was more than a brother to me. And he was killed by Israeli bombing along the side of his wife, 6 kids, and 2 grandchildren. The tale of each family member who was murdered is a testimony of ongoing genocide of my Palestinian people. My Palestinian people whom I love, they were all killed in one day. The most troubling aspect of Israel's mass killing of my Palestinian family is when they bombed the first house, and my family member and friends came to assist in actually digging out the people who were killed and the remains of those who still under the rubble. Israel bombed them again and again until they killed over 104 of my family members. Dozens of my family member bodies are still under the rubble. President Biden can easily put a stop to this genocide to the Palestinian people. He can easily pick up the phone and call Israel to stop this madness, stop the genocide of the Palestinian people. We call on the U.S. government to end their participation, complicity of Israel crime against humanity. And we demand a full, swift accountability to U.S. Israelis officials who actually were involved in this Palestinian genocide. Thank you so much. Long live Palestine!
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace be upon you all. I'm praying for the peace for the whole entire world. My name is Ala Hussein Ali. I'm a physician from Michigan. My roots and my childhood were in Gaza. I have lost over 100 members of my family in this genocide. More than 60 children, half of them under the rubble. I'm going to share one of the stories that happened in November. My brother Muhammad and his pregnant wife Ruba and their 3 children, who are small angels, 5, 3, and 1, with my Ruba family lives with them in Al-Rimal area in Gaza. The bombing and the airstrikes were all over around them. So they decided to evacuate to the south with the promise from the Israeli government that it will be safe. Before they left, as you know, the Israeli government stopped the food, water, medicine, electricity, internet, phone calls, everything was stopped. The trip from the north to the south is the most dangerous trip that anybody can experience. My brother went out looking for water for this dangerous trip. And the hours go by. He never came back. He was killed by an Israeli sniper. He was shot several times in his chest. And he was found 5 days later in one of the hospitals in Gaza. My sister-in-law, newly wedded, still mourning, decided to remain in her home. She said, I'm not going to leave to the south anymore. Life doesn't have any meanings. Her family, her father was begging her to go with him to the south. She said no. Her father took the rest of the family, 17 members, and they went in a big truck to the south. But the Israeli government decided otherwise. They're not going to let them reach the south. Just before there, they airstrike them, and the whole 17 were killed. They were in pieces. They were collected flesh by flesh and limb by limb. Ruba lost her entire family. Lost my brother, who was her beloved husband, her family. She has been displaced since then 7 times, from house to house. Displaced 7 times from house to house, from a tent to a tent, homeless, alone, with 3 children, pregnant in her 6th month of pregnancy, in need of an emergency C-section at birth, and no hospitals there, no anesthesia. She will face the death at the time of labor. I was planning to return to Gaza this winter with my family to see my brother Muhammad. I haven't seen him for 20 years. And he was murdered, killed with a cold-blooded soldier. And the worst is I paid for that bullet that killed my brother with my money taxes dollar that I pay every year. By continuing to arm Israel and failing to call for a ceasefire, President Biden has my family's blood on his hands. We demand that Biden administration and Congress call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire. We demand that they stop sending weapons to Israel to kill our beloved one. And we call on all of you to stand with us and hold our government accountable so our children can grow up and our families can live. Thank you, and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
This is beautiful. MashaAllah. God bless you all. Greetings of peace upon you all. My name is Abed Ajrami, a Gazan Palestinian American residing in Texas with a wonderful family, wife, and 3 children. I also have a large family in Gaza that has shrunk in size in the last 3 months. One of my wonderful family members in Gaza is my nephew, Ahmad. Ahmad is 6 foot tall. He's an athlete who excels in sand volleyball and soccer. Ahmad has a special relationship with Gaza Beach. He's in love with the sand with the waves and with the sea breeze. He often took his wife Fida, his 3 kids, and his 70-year-old mother Halima, my sister, to the beach. There, he would teach his children how to play soccer, how to swim, while his wife Fida and his mother Halima sipped freshly made mint tea. Ahmed is now laying in a hospital bed, paralyzed. He is paralyzed from the waist down due to the Israeli indiscriminate bombing. The same bombing killed Halima, his mother, his wife Fida, and his 3 children, ages 13, 5 years old, and 11 months old. You heard that right, 11 months old. To add insult to the injury, Ahmed couldn't get the necessary medical care for the wound of his abdomen or for his broken spine, nor for the emotional trauma of paralysis and the loss of his family. The Shifa hospital, where he was awaiting surgery, was attacked and invaded by the Israeli troops, forcing him to hastily be transported to a hospital in Rafah, where he remains now. The Rafah hospital lacks medications and supplies, and listen to this. His screams of pain were heard throughout the hospital corridors when the surgeon cleaned his wounds and stitched those abdominal wounds without anesthesia. Ahmed knows he can never walk again. He knows he will never feel the softness of beach sand under his feet again, nor the warm hugs of his mother and wife, nor hear the giggles of his 3 children. All of them were buried without saying a final goodbye. He told me on the phone he is dying to be carried or wheeled to his favorite spot on Gaza beach. What he wanted is to be left alone there, that he would close his eyes and just imagine. Imagine his kids running around. Imagine his wife and mom sipping freshly minted tea while chatting. Feel the sea breeze and hear the sound of waves. I promised Ahmed I will be his voice, and I will share his story with y'all. This is Ahmed. So I tell you, Ahmed, I will send you this video. I will send it to his hospital bed. And as I promised, I am sharing his story with everybody here. I also promised him that someday I will take him to his favorite spot on Gaza Beach. With both of us will close our eyes, feel the sea breeze, listen to the waves, and imagine that the dead are alive, and peace has prevailed, and Palestine is free. Until then, I ask you, in the name and the names of the 60,000 Ahmeds that were injured in Gaza, I ask the world, in the names of the 30,000 Halimas and Wafas that were killed in Gaza, to please stop this madness, stop this genocide. The time to call for a ceasefire is yesterday. And we are here today, and we demand an immediate and permanent ceasefire. Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! And for God's sake, free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
Assalamu alaikum, DC. May God's peace and blessings be upon you all and our people of Palestine, and especially our families and loved ones in Gaza. My name is Randa Muhtasib. I'm a new mother and a physical therapist living here in Maryland. I'm a proud Palestinian American from Gaza, the homeland of my mother. You're looking at a picture of our beloved cousin Ahmed Skeik, a dedicated husband and a loving father who is no longer with us. On October 10th, Israel ordered Ahmed's family to evacuate their home. Ahmed and his pregnant wife, Lena, as quickly as humanly possible, gathered all their belongings and their 3- and 5-year-old daughters to flee to an area that was supposed to be a safe zone. Israel bombed the building next to them in this safe zone where they had sought refuge. Pregnant Lena instinctively threw her pregnant body over her young daughters to try and protect them. Within minutes, Lena found herself in an ambulance with her daughters. And the only thing that consoled her while hearing their cries is that it meant that they were still alive. That being said, they were all heavily injured. Lena and her children were sent to Al-Shifa hospital, screaming from pain. During an emergency C-section that was performed on Lena, she was without anesthesia. Lena had discovered that her long-awaited 6-month-old fetus son that Ahmed never got to see was killed as the result of the injuries that she has sustained from the blast. In fact, doctors found shards and fragments from the explosions piercing all the way down into her uterus. Meanwhile, Ahmed was nowhere in sight. 10 hours later, his body was found under the rubble. The Israeli airstrike on the building in the safe zone murdered him. But that's not all. Ahmed was one of over 36 and counting, since we have absolutely no way to connect with our families in the north. They were all buried under the rubble within that month. Those who survived from my family and those that I continue to stay in communication with as much as we can also endure the daily torture. Israeli soldiers abducted another one of my cousins and his family at gunpoint, stripped them down naked, and brutally tortured them and humiliated them as they fled south to seek refuge from the violence in the north while they were walking down the humanitarian passages. That being said, just before they were even able to flee and leave the north, his 6-year-old son endured a gunshot wound with a bullet that stayed in his forearm that was raising a white flag. They were following every single order to pass through safely. And yet, he had to walk with his mother after his father was abducted at 10
6-hour walk on foot. A 6-year-old boy with a gunshot wound in his forearm that carried the white flag that they were asked to make sure that they stay safe, but it's all lies on lies. I am here today, and I'm very honored to be standing in front of a crowd of people with conscience, with people who are ready to speak truth to power. And I'm here to say, no more. No more of our tax-paying dollars to bomb our homes, kill our families, torture, and ethnically cleanse our people. No more. My message to President Biden and Congress, our collective message to President Biden and his administration is to say, permanent ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. And no more weapons, no more military funding to Israel, no more. The people of Gaza are just like you and I. My message today for everybody who's new to the Palestinian struggling is to look every day in the mirror and say, it could have been me. It could have been my family. These people are just like me. They deserve to live without humiliation, without the constant threat of bombardment, without the constant threat of a deliberate and intentional starvation on the grounds of Gaza, and finally without the constant threat of their bodies being ripped apart to pieces on their last day on earth. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And again, I would like to finalize with, may peace be upon you, may peace be with Palestine and the people of Gaza. Long live Palestine. Assalamu alaikum, DC.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. My name is Yasmin Al-Agha, and I'm a law student at Northwestern University in Chicago. But Gaza is where I call home and where my heart lies. My family is one of the largest in Gaza. We've been there for over 500 years. We have over 9,000 members, most of whom live in Khan Yunis. Israel has shattered our past, our present, and our future. Just in the last 3 months, Israel killed 120 members of my family. 31 of them were children. The youngest was just a few months old. In the weeks leading up to their deaths, they suffered immensely. 2 of my relatives left their home to find desperately needed food. They came back to discover that Israel had bombed their home and that their mother, father, sister were all killed and buried under the rubble. As the surviving brothers desperately dug through the rubble by hand for the dismembered body parts of their family members, of their parents, of their beloved sister, Israel dropped another bomb on their house, killing both of the brothers as they dug for their family. Yasser and Ro'a were two siblings, aged 6 and 14, whose dead bodies were only removed from their demolished home a few days ago, 1 month after an Israeli airstrike killed them in their home. Their younger brother, who was only a few years old, was the one who discovered their bodies. He sobbed into his mother's arms as he told her, their eyeballs are decayed. Their eyes are emptied from their sockets. This is the lasting memory he has of his 2 older siblings. Hundreds of my family members are now sleeping on cardboard in the cold streets. Many of us are taking refuge in hospitals and in schools. One of my family members is 81 years old, and he froze to death in the street. Elderly family members of mine put out a plea because they are starving to death, surrounded by Israeli soldiers who refuse them access to water and food and medication. They are begging for their lives. The hospitals and schools that hundreds of my family members are sheltering in have nevertheless been targeted by Israeli airstrikes. Many have been killed in these hospitals and schools. My aunt Samar went out in search of life-saving medication for my mentally disabled uncle. He's been on medication his entire life. For the first time in his life, he is off of it. He's facing severe withdrawal symptoms, seizure-like symptoms, convulsions. When she went out to find medication for him, she was shot at by Israeli tanks. She witnessed others in the street killed right in front of her eyes. It could have been her. This is the same aunt who has been volunteering, giving everything she has to help others. She goes to UNRWA schools, asks, what do your children need? She goes out, finds it, and gives it to the mothers whose children are freezing in the street. Their hearts remain pure. When I visited Gaza last year, my aunt made a handmade thobe for me, but I wasn't able to take it back with me. When my grandparents evacuated just a couple of days ago, they faced severe hardship at the Ma'bar in Rafah. And still, even in the 18-hour ordeal of trying to get 2 elderly people out, my aunt remembered to send my thobe with my grandparents. She told me, if I can't make it out of Gaza alive, at least the thobe can make it out alive. And you will have something to remember me by. She's preparing me for her death. Nothing remains for the survivors. Where once there were streets, businesses, and buildings with the Al-Agha name emblazoned on them, including my own home, my grandmother's centuries-old home, there is now only dust. For the sake of the surviving members of my family desperately clinging to life, we need an immediate and permanent ceasefire now. 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 A permanent ceasefire means a free Palestine, an end to the illegal occupation. We must demand that President Biden stop providing financial, military, and political cover for Israel to continue to partake in the genocide of my family and my people. فلسطين عربية، فلسطين إلنا وحتبقى إلنا. Palestine is ours.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Thank you all for coming out. As we begin today, we will be instructing people who are ready to pray Salat al-Dhuhr and Salat al-Asr. We will be praying on that street over there to stage left. Salat al-Jama'ah will be to stage left. We will be beginning our official program within the next 15 to 20 minutes. 15 to 20 minutes, we will be beginning our speeches, and we will be starting our program and then getting ready for our march. For those who want to pray Salat al-Dhuhr and Salat al-Asr, we will be praying stage left on Pennsylvania Avenue. Start making your way now. In addition to that, there is a child, Amina Hassan, 12 years old. Amina, if you hear us, your family is waiting in front of that building to stage right. In front, let me get the building name, I'm sorry. The John Wilson building near the screen. The John Wilson building near the screen. Amina Hassan, please make your way towards the screen, towards the John Wilson building. Thank you. We will be beginning shortly. For everyone asking, the program will begin at 1:30. 1:30. So please make your way to stage left to pray, and we will be beginning afterwards.
Testing. If you're wearing a yellow vest and you are part of the Gaza families, again, if you're wearing a yellow vest and part of the Gaza families, you are going to march together at the start of the protest. March together behind the banner. I want you to congregate to the left of the stage, my left. Gaza families in the yellow vests, congregate to the left of the stage, my left.
Check 1, 2.
I'm running it till you run out. 10-4.
Sorry, guys. I gotta just come out here. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. أهلاً 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 هلا St. Louis. You guys made it, bro. Yeah. Talk for this.
I know. On Pennsylvania, are you? We're out on the left side. Are you next to the screen or are you on Pennsylvania? We're out on Pennsylvania. Okay, I'm coming right now.
Excuse me. I have the mic. Are you on the sidewalk? Free power. Yes. Okay, I just crossed the street through the crowd. I'm coming to you now. I need to run the mic to the... Habibi. Imam Omar Suleiman, you guys saw him? السلام ورحمة الله. هلا بالمنصورة. هلا. Okay, I don't see you, Abdullah.
I'm here next to the entrance of the National Theatre, please.
I'm next to the flagpoles. I'm coming up to the flagpoles.
Just come to the entrance of this building.
The crowd is very big. I'm trying to walk through it as fast as possible. Can we just move this for a second? I'm sorry.
Interviewing with
Heidi, I'm coming to the golden sign under 1331 Pennsylvania. Right here. You don't see the address 1331 National Place, Pennsylvania? Sorry, I gotta pass the mic. I'm sorry, let me pass by you guys here. Okay, I am now at the National Theater. Is that where you are? Okay, okay, and I'm next. You know the big truck with the red sign on it? The big truck with the red sign? That's where I am. Hi.
Just.
Okay.
Okay, we'll do. For those who are interested in praying, Salah is going to be on stage left. They are going to begin praying right now. Please make your way to that street to join in the prayer. They will be praying on the mic.
Assalamu alaikum. Make us stronger down.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
Inshallah, we will be praying 2 rak'ahs and 2 rak'ahs. All of you who are local, continue after the Dhuhr prayer, prayer 4. All of you who are traveling will be praying 2 and 2. Allahu Akbar. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله.
Going to be praying the Asr prayer now. For those that are traveling, we'll be praying the Asr prayer. Allahu Akbar. Allah. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله. الله أكبر. الله. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! For people who have signs in the front, please either lower them or move to the side, please. We need this front area is reserved for the people who are looking at the jumbotrons and for the media. If you guys put up your signs, people who need ASL services, people who are trying to get a clear view down the block are not going to be able to see. So we request, please, don't put up any signs in the vicinity of the press, please. And same goes for any flags. If you want to hold your flag, please move to the side streets. You'll be able to do it there. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! 1, 2, 3, 4! Occupation no more! 1, 2, 3, 4! Occupation no more! 5, 6, 7, 8! Gaza, we will liberate! free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! We need y'all to be louder. We need to shake this city. Biden, Biden, you're a liar. Biden, Biden, you're a liar. We demand a ceasefire. We demand a ceasefire. Biden, Biden, you're a liar. We demand a ceasefire. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Bloody Blinken Genocide Joe. Bloody Blinken Genocide Joe. Both of them have got to go. Both of them have got to go. Bloody Blinken Genocide Joe. Both of them have got to go. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Hey, hey, ho, ho. The occupation's got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Hey, hey, ho, ho. The occupation's got to go. Hey, hey. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Let Gaza live. 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 Let Gaza live! Let Gaza live! Let Gaza live! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now!
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace be upon you, DC, and everybody from all over the country. Thank you so much for joining us here today. I want to give a big thank you to the American Muslim Task Force for Palestine for organizing this, consisting of American Muslims for Palestine, CARE, ICNA, MAS, MSA, Muslim Legal Fund, Young Muslims, Muslim Ummah of North America, and our national partner, Answer Coalition. My name is Aya Ziyada, and I am proud to serve as the Advocacy Director for American Muslims for Palestine. Today, our hearts are heavy with the weight of a grim reality that has persisted for what now marks 100 days of a brutal genocide in Gaza at the hands of Israel, funded by our tax dollars. The world finds itself at a crucial juncture, shocked and horrified by a path chosen by some, such as our own government. It's a path paved with silence and neglect, as over 23,000 Palestinians have been murdered and over 50,000 injured. The apartheid state has made 90% of Gaza unlivable, displacing 1.8 million Palestinians and creating a humanitarian crisis. 100 days in, and Genocide Joe and most of our government are refusing to call for a ceasefire, and instead they're acting as accomplices. But we stand here in our thousands as Americans to send a resounding message to the Biden administration that we will not back down until justice is served, until a ceasefire is established, until Gaza is rebuilt and the siege is lifted, and until Palestine is free from its nearly 76-year-long occupation. So as we stand in the capital of the United States, where much of the fate of Palestinians is dictated in the halls of Congress and in the rooms of the White House, we are here to reiterate 3 demands, and we will not back down until they are acted upon. Throughout our hopelessness and despair, there is a glimmer of hope, and the tide is truly shifting. Over the last 100 days, you, everybody in the crowd and across America, have taken to the streets all across the US. You've been sending tens of thousands of emails to Congress, and you've made hundreds of thousands of calls to your elected officials. And for the first time ever, we are hearing a shift in the narrative in the halls of Congress. For the first time, we're hearing more elected officials discuss conditioning US funding to the apartheid state. And more are beginning to realize that they can no longer ignore us. They can no longer ignore the people. With that, we call on President Biden, his administration, and Congress to, number 1, demand an immediate and permanent ceasefire. 2, unconditional US funding to Israel, and hold Israel accountable for their war crimes. The urgency of now cannot be overstated. The future is being shaped by our actions or lack thereof. History teaches us that delay can and will be our greatest downfall. The sands of time will wait for nobody. So join me in continuing to make this call today and every day until Gaza and all of Palestine is liberated. I will be your MC for today's program alongside my colleague Muhammad Habba. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce Imam Sami Zahrana, who is the Imam of MFC Maryland, and he's from Gaza, to recite some Quran for us.
Assalamu alaikum. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا كونوا قوامين بالقسط شهداء لله. كونوا قوامين بالقسط شهداء لله ولو على أنفسكم أو الوالدين والأقربين إن يكن غنيا أو فقيرا فالله أولى بهما فلا تتبعوا الهوى أن تعدلوا وإن تلووا أو تعرضوا فإن الله كان بما تعملون خبيرا. Believers, uphold justice and bear witness to God, even if it is against yourselves, your parents, or your close relatives. Whether the person is rich or poor, God can best take care of both. Refrain from following your own desire so that you can act justly. And if you distort or neglect justice, God is fully aware of what you do. To close, how beautiful would it be for those that can recite the Quran to collectively together recite Surah Al-Fatiha upon our beloved martyrs, our shuhada, and all those who were killed or died in the struggle for our brothers and sisters in Palestine and Gaza. If you know Surah Al-Fatiha, recite along with me, with the intention that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, God Almighty, has mercy upon them. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Free, free Palestine! We come here on this holiday weekend in celebration of the great Martin Luther King Jr. We stand here in Freedom Plaza that was named after the great Dr. King, after he wrote his I Have a Dream speech here in this plaza. It is through his teachings and in that vein where he says that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere that we are here today. When we as Americans stand against the crimes of our government, these are the streets we protest on. When we stood against the Vietnam War, they protested in these streets. When Americans stood against the Iraq War, they protested in these streets. And when we as Americans stand against this American-funded, Biden-funded genocide, we are going to protest in these streets. In October, they said that we would forget. In November, they said that we would forget. In December, they said that we would forget. Now it's January, but did we forget? After 100 days, we are still in these streets, and we will not stop. We will not stop until we achieve justice for all those in Gaza, until we end all U.S. funding for this genocide. Free, free Palestine! Our first speaker is Layla Al-Haddad, a Palestinian journalist and someone who is famously known for showing Anthony Bourdain around the beautiful streets of Gaza. Without further ado, Layla.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah again. As a writer and speaker, words are my currency. And yet lately I've been finding myself struggling to find those words to meaningfully encompass the depth of my sorrow and my horror and my disbelief in witnessing my homeland's destruction and the murder of over 100 of my family members. I struggle to find the words to convey the everyday realities my family and my people are enduring. Recently, I came across a post by a friend of mine and a fellow writer in Gaza called Iman Bashir, who said, "I was deceived by how powerful words can be. But what I know for sure is that I stopped saying good night to my children, and instead I say to them, stay alive." Iman is a Gazan mother just like I am, and her words capture the crushing intimate, daily conversation going through the minds of our families right now. Her words pose a challenge to us all. Will we sit idly by as this mother bids farewell to her children every night as though it was their last? We must continue to demonstrate to all the people of Gaza that as we mourn the horrific, intimate details and decisions that they are forced to grapple with every day, we refuse to accept the premise and the normalization of that reality. And we are forcing a change. We must keep fighting until we see a ceasefire. We must keep fighting until we see a free Palestine. And we must keep fighting until Iman's stay-alives turn back into good nights once again. We must pray for the dead and fight like hell for the living. I want to hand it over now to a young person. As you know, young people have been disproportionately affected in this genocide on Gaza. She happens to be my daughter. And she is going to read a piece of spoken word that she wrote called Breaking News. Thank you very much. Free, free Palestine!
Free, free Palestine! Breaking news. 5 Israelis killed. But of course it's us they accuse, like over the years we haven't been abused and our land used. You announce Gaza terrorist attack. But when it comes to the murder of Palestinians, your facts are all whack. And excuse me, Sir Biden, may I just say, Palestinians are owed their land and are there to stay, unlike you, who the Israeli army finds easy to persuade. So don't go sending aid to an army that loves to invade, blockade, and then persuade the media that they are right. And dear America, how can you just sit and watch this terrible sight that has families staying up the night? Or is it because these pharaohs of today have you full of fright, even though inside you know what's right? Dear media, why must we show you the kids who die, acting all sly? You cover up with your lies and constantly deny the amount of us killed. And yes, I said it, killed, bombed, burned, not dead or passed away or caught in a crossfire. Or is it that you enjoy portraying us as numbers? For I notice every time we are killed, you use this conflict like lumber to fuel your stories and then forget us like we're storage in your inventories. For every family we lose, you get a chance to write a one-sided statement for your average American to be amused. Dear humanity, wake up. This might be the last cause I can give to you. Only believe what is true and demand a stop to genocide and propaganda before it's too late and people believe Israel and the U.S. got a clean slate.
Beautiful. Next up, we have my colleague, Tahir Herzallah. He's the Director of Community Outreach and Organizing for American Muslims for Palestine and also is from Gaza.
Gaza, 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 Gaza. Make it loud, make it clear. From the heart of American empire, we shout Gaza, 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 Gaza. Who would have known? Who would have known that the people of this small strip of land we call Gaza would break the shackles of occupation? Who would have known that Beit Lahia, Beit Hanoun, Sheikh Ridwan, Jabalia and Al-Shati', Dar al-Balah and Al-Shuja'iyya, Khan Yunis and Rafah would become known to the world as the places where the Zionist settler colonial project would unravel? Who would have known? Who would have known that the people of Gaza would inspire a global uprising and an entire generation now more committed than ever to ending the hegemony that the global north enjoys?
Who would have known that in the midst of a genocide, that in America and around the world, our Jewish sisters and brothers would march with us hand in hand against the genocide committed in their name? Who would have known that Gaza gives us clarity unlike any we've ever felt before? A clarity of vision that we no longer feel the reflexive need to appeal to the West and its racist institutions to provide us justice and restitution. Gaza has given us the clarity that allows us to finally see that only and only when the people of the global South rise together in unison with strength and resilience, that not a single force in the world can do anything to stop us. Who would have known that the mighty people of Yemen would challenge the empires of the world? Yemen! See, it is not lost on me that the response to this genocide in Gaza from people of conscience around the world has forced us to reckon with what Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. called the three evils of society. The evil of poverty, which is due to excessive materialism and capitalism. The evil of racism and the evil of militarism. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. himself said that America is the largest purveyor of violence in the world. I stand before you today as a proud son of Gaza, a proud son of Ash-Shuja'iyya, the graveyard of the occupiers. My family in Gaza has been killed, has been wounded, has been taken captive by occupying Israeli forces from their own homes, and has been displaced. But I'm standing here before you today to tell you and everyone in Gaza that we will never, ever give up on you. With every resource at our disposal, with every ounce of energy we have, with every breath we take and waking moment, we will fight. It is you, our beloved people of Gaza, that have shown us and people around the world what it means to stand like an iron wall in the face of an unrelenting, violent occupier. We get our strength from you. To my friend Ahmed Quta in northern Gaza, serving as a medical professional, saving lives, I tell you now that we will never give up on you. We will work day and night, rain or shine, to end this suffering permanently. To the Biden administration, just know, Genocide Joe, whether you stay in office or not, I want to make one thing very clear. We will never forgive you. Gaza will haunt you for the rest of your wretched lives. You, Genocide Joe, you, Blinken the Butcher, and your Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, you will be haunted by the screams of the children of Gaza. You will be haunted by the prayers, the agonizing prayers of the elderly and the women of Gaza. And we, this new generation, will be the answer to their prayers. Let Gaza live! 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 Our next speaker comes to us from the great state of Colorado, where she serves in the State House of Representatives as the first elected Muslim, first elected Palestinian woman in state history. Without further ado, Iman Judah.
Friends, I want you to look out because I can't see the end. We are just a drop in the bucket. Billions around the world are standing with us, and that is the message we need to take to the halls of power. We and those billions of people, we are the voices of the dead, the cries from under the rubble, and the hopes of those fighting for their lives. Ironically and perhaps serendipitously, we are steps from where MLK proclaimed that he had a dream, that he had seen the mountaintops. He said, he proclaimed that he also had seen the That's how big a deal this is. We're here because we have also proclaimed that we understand the hollow spot where we remind America of the fierce urgency now. And it would be fatal for the nation to overlook the urgency of this moment. While we must keep talking about Gaza, let's not forget about the rest of Palestine. 2,000 years ago, born in Palestine, in our backyard, Jesus was sent to reconfirm the message of love and peace. But down the road from his birthplace stands an actual barrier to that peace, an apartheid wall. An apartheid felt from our brothers and sisters in South Africa who have come to our defense. That wall is a constant reminder that has become a canvas, pleading for the world to open their eyes to the harsh realities faced by all Palestinians and the genocides in Sudan, the Uyghurs, and in the Congo, a sad kinship we all share. Malcolm X reminded us that just as the civil rights movement in the United States fought against the chains of radical discrimination, so too did the Palestinian people. The murders of George Floyd, Black Lives Matter, are on the apartheid wall. And that did not go unnoticed by the children of Gaza. They wore shirts bearing the cries from Gaza to Ferguson, telling our black brothers and sisters how to survive boots on necks and tear gas. As Americans, we cannot pick and choose the social justice and human rights we defend. Let's carry this movement beyond today and hold our elected officials accountable by our votes. Almost done. We must remind our elected officials at the ballot box the sentiments of MLK. We want America to commit to what is said on paper, that all people are created equal. And as one of those electeds, as a Palestinian American legislator from the great state of Colorado, those are the same values on that paper that I took an oath to defend. It should not be controversial to demand what is said on that paper, and it should not be controversial to extend those rights to the Palestinian people. As human beings and as voters, we throw down the shackles of an unjust past and present. Throw down the shackles and show up, vote, and support the policies for peace and justice. Let us march today with purpose and passion for Gaza, for Palestine, and for the world to see that this is what the globe wants. Free Palestine!
Give it up for Colorado. That's my home state. Woo! Next up, we have Brother Harun Rashid, who's the president of the Muslim Ummah of North America.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of God, most merciful, most beneficent. Dear fellow Americans, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Peace be upon you. We are standing in this historical march during ongoing genocide against our brothers and sisters in Gaza. Israel government has been and is bombing hospitals, schools, shelters, churches, mosques, residential buildings, all forms of infrastructure, including UN facilities. More than 100 UN facilities had been destroyed. 137 UN aid workers has been killed by Israeli army. They are killing doctors, nurses, journalists, everyone, anyone, including UN officials. This indiscriminate bombardment, killing innocent civilians, children and women, it is collective punishment, hence it is war crime. Brothers and sisters, as we standing here today, 23,703 people has been killed. Some 7,000 human beings missing, probably they are under the rubble. Israeli government is using the massive explosive ordnance, unguided bomb, the most sophisticated nuclear weapon such as white phosphorus. Gaza is occupied territory by Israel since 1967. Israel blocked food, water, electricity, fuel, medical supplies, and communications. There are animals that are treated better than Palestinians. Nearly 2 million people, 85% population displaced from their home. Situation is horrific. There are humanitarian disaster in the Gaza. At this destruction, human catastrophe, and genocide done by US supplied bombs and weapons. In this campaign, violate international laws, UN conventions. It is violation US laws and US policies as well, brothers and sisters. Helping Israel in this war destroyed US image over the world. In this horrific situation, in this catastrophe, I called upon US government today. You must address the atrocities of the Israeli government. You must address the humanitarian crisis of the Palestinians. You must address the violation of international laws and war crimes by Israel. I call upon US government today, you must stop funding this campaign of the genocide. You must put an end to the genocide. I call upon US government today, it is time that you influence the ceasefire. Ceasefire right now. Stop the killing of civilians. You must restore basic human dignity of the lives of the Palestinians. I call upon the United States government today, do not have your name written the book of history as the oppressor, as the killers of innocent people. Whole world is watching, Mr. Biden. Whole world is watching. You will be held accountable for this killing. We ask Almighty Allah to save oppressed human beings, save mankind, held accountable the oppressors. Thank you for listening. God bless you. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
The whole world is watching. The whole world is watching. The whole world is watching. Are any of y'all cold? I'm not cold. I'm not cold. But for those who are, our next speaker is fiery enough that she's going to warm you all up. Our next speaker, an activist, a physician, and a longtime ally of the Palestinian movement, Dr. Jill Stein.
Thank you, Mohammed. I wish you could see what I see. I see power, I see justice, I see democracy as far as the eye can see. And I thank you. It is such an honor to be able to be here with you, to say to the world and to say to our criminal misleaders, we say ceasefire now. We say end genocide now. We say end occupation now. We say end apartheid now. I want to remind you that polls show we are not alone. We are, in fact, an unstoppable majority and an unstoppable force for peace, for justice, for an end to genocide now. As Frederick Douglass said, power concedes nothing without a demand. We are that demand. And as another wise leader, Alice Walker, the poet and novelist, said, the biggest way people give up power is by not knowing we have it to start with. When we are 68% in the polls, we have the power. We have the power to say to the AIPAC White House and to the AIPAC Congress that you are accountable to us, to we the people. Don't let them intimidate you out of our power. We have the power to be a force in the streets. We have a power to be instructing our elected officials what they need to do.
that they need to stop the flow of weapons and money to apartheid Israel. We need to withdraw our advisors, our troops, our warships, our ammunition, and our weapons from the scene of the crime. And I want to remind you, we all have a choice as voters. And I am so, I can't say, it's beyond words. I had already decided to run as the Green Party candidate for president. Before this genocide began. But once it began, I was so thankful that I could use this megaphone that we call elections to actually move forward, to challenge power, to say to empire, you cannot do this. And we, the people, are changing course here and now. They want you to believe that you have no choice, but you actually have many choices. And there will be other speakers here today who are also a principled, inspired, and moral choice. You have that choice, and we need to assert our power right now. Don't wait. I urge you to sign this pledge to stop genocide through our votes. You can find us on the web. We'll be handing out the cards. This is a pledge to say we will not give our votes to any candidate who supports genocide. But we won't stop there, because they would love for us to be silent and just disappear. We are also saying we will support, we pledge to support candidates who are fighting to stop genocide, for a ceasefire now, and for an end to occupation and apartheid. So with that, I just want to remind you that we have the power to change history. The arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice. We will be the benders that moves history towards justice. And as Gaza goes, we all go. Gaza is where we assert that international law and human rights are the law of the land and the law of the future. Let's make it happen together. We are unstoppable. Thank you so much.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Next, we have a short message from our friends at the Naturi Karta, who cannot be here with us today due to the Sabbath.
With the help of the Almighty, I pray to the Almighty to bestow upon me His truth and wisdom, that I may be worthy of conveying His message, and so sanctify His name and bring peace to the world. Assalamu alaikum. This message is being pre-recorded because as Jews we are forbidden to speak in a microphone on the Sabbath Kodesh on Saturday, on the Sabbath. We want the world to know that because we are Jews, true to the Torah, we are crying and hurting with the people of Gaza. It is beyond words, their suffering. We are beyond words, our frustration, our hurt, that this crime, this mass murder is being perpetrated in our name. It is anti-Semitic what the Zionist state of Israel is committing, their crime, their occupation, and the slaughter Gaza, please listen to this voice and free the people of Gaza, free the people of Palestine sooner nowadays. Assalamu alaikum.
Our next speaker is Dr. Mohsen Ansari, who is a physician and the president of the Islamic Circle of North America.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم Okay.
Where do you want him to go? There is a little boy by the name of Jack wearing a blue coat, a blue puffer coat. He is 8 years old. Light skin, brown hair. And you want him to go? Please, Jack, if you hear this, can you please go to the horse statue? The man on the horse. He has a blue Adidas sweatshirt and black gloves. Jack, if you hear this, please go to the statue of the black horse, of the horse in the back. It is in the back of, or the stage if that's what's closer. Please make your way. Your family is very worried. We need you as soon as possible.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. My fellow American citizens, I am wearing a white coat today. And this white coat is a symbol of something which has never happened on the face of the earth. I am a baby doctor. I am one of those doctors which take care of babies in incubators, in baby cribs. And whenever a baby has a low oxygen, all the doctors, all the medical staff, all the nurses, they get worried. They spend their nights and days to save one baby in the crib, to save one baby without oxygen. Mr. President and fellow Americans, what will you say to those who cut off the oxygen for 500 babies? What will you say to those who killed 437 doctors? And Mr. President, let me remind you, you visited and put your hand on the back of the mass killers on the day when they bombarded Al-Shifa hospital and they killed 1,000 patients. My dear fellow Americans, we stand here to tell Mr. Blinken, listen. We salute to South Africa. You said they are saying things which are meritless. No, they are on the side of justice. They are on the side of American people. They are on the side of 65% of Americans. You are the loser. You are the one who was alone and 150 nations were against you in UNO. You are making us unpopular in the world. You're taking the American position of leadership away from us. So before I leave, I will say three things. First, what 65% of Americans and all of us think here, immediate ceasefire. Ceasefire! 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 Second, stop giving us the lecture of morality. You like to have selective morality. Your morality and justice is different for Ukraine and different for Gaza. Stop this hypocrisy. And the last thing is stop funding apartheid killers. Stop funding them. Stop arming them. Stop the genocide. And Mr. Biden, Mr. Blinker, if you don't listen, get ready to pack your bag and leave the White House.
Bloody Blinken Genocide Joe. Both of them have got to go. Bloody Blinken Genocide Joe. Both of them have got to go. Our next speakers are those who have moral courage when their bosses do not. At a time where the political establishment has shown no morality, their staff has. And it brings me great pleasure to introduce our next speakers from Congressional Staff for Ceasefire and Biden administration staff, who will have their statement read by a man who has shown more moral courage than everyone in the White House and everyone in Congress combined. Josh Paul, the former State Department rep, who resigned over their stance on Gaza. Without further ado, I'll invite the congressional staff up first.
Hey everyone, hello. My name is Ishmael, and I'm a Palestinian-American congressional staffer. I speak for staffers across Capitol Hill, Democrats, Republicans, and independents. Many of us have dissented and protested since October 7th. Trust me, y'all are not alone. We're the ones who answer your calls and emails. We're the ones who write legislation and advise our bosses on policy decisions. We do this because we believe in a simple fact. We need everyone to make this government work. We know that change needs to happen on the inside and outside. These past 100 days have shown that your protests, your marches, and your voices are shifting the narrative. Our combined efforts can change this government. We join the majority of Americans who are demanding an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and a release of all hostages. Hamas's October 7th attack was disgusting, and the Israeli government's blatant disregard for innocent Palestinians is disgusting. We've witnessed this humanitarian catastrophe on television, WhatsApp groups, Twitter, and Instagram. Calls have poured in across the country by the hundreds of thousands. Calls from all of you. We know this is wrong.
One second. Medic team, we need a medic over here to stage right. We need a medic over here to stage right. If the people around could move to the side, please. They're waving the right, a white rag for, a white bag, I'm sorry. The medic team, if you guys could make your way over, please.
Well, look, hundreds of thousands of y'all have called. From all of y'all who know that this is wrong. But the majority of our elected officials have remained silent as Palestinians die. Even many Democrats who care about fighting gun violence at home stay silent while Palestinians are killed by American-made and supplied weapons. At the end of the day, it's the members of Congress's name on the door. Our decision to dissent was not made lightly. We are here because you all have inspired us to speak up, to show solidarity, and to express our humanity. The long road to peace starts with the United States supporting an immediate ceasefire and facilitating the return of Israeli hostages and arbitrarily detained Palestinians. We know that, our allies in the Biden administration know that, y'all know that. Many of our bosses privately express this same sentiment, yet will not say the same publicly. But that is starting to change. We are your allies on the other side of that phone. We are working hard. We are organizing, and we are many. We are Democrats, Republicans, and independents all across the government who refuse to let go of our humanity. Keep protesting, keep marching, and keep calling. The pressure is working. The established narrative won't change overnight, but together we are turning the tide. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. No, the real heroes are in Gaza and in the West Bank. I've been asked to read a statement from US government employees, but before I do so, I just wanted to speak specifically to the Arab Americans, to the Muslim Americans, and to the Palestinian Americans among you today.
to tell you from the bottom of my heart how important your voices are. You are gathered here today to demand a ceasefire, an end to war and an end to occupation. But more than demanding a change in policy, your presence here today and every day across America is a reminder of the values this country seems to have forgotten. A belief written into our founding documents that every human being on this earth is endowed with certain unalienable rights, including life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. For over 20 years, many in your community have been vilified, threatened, and silenced. You have been told that you do not belong here, that you are not welcome here, that you do not fit in here. Today, as we see, that could not be further from the truth. In an era of social atomization, you demonstrate the strength of community. In an era of politics divorced from accountability, you demonstrate the power of advocacy. In an era of censorship, you demonstrate courage. In an era of political enmity, you model human empathy. In an era of unfairness, you demand justice. And in an era where the world believes America has lost its credibility and its integrity, you embody our greatest values. You are the best of America, and I am humbled to be standing with you today as you raise your voices for the lives of Palestinians and for the soul of America. Our nation owes you far more than you will ever understand. On behalf of my former colleagues in government who share my concerns about the administration's approach to this conflict and the broader regional policy, I will now read the following statement on their behalf. We are the staffers of the Biden-Harris administration. We come from all walks of life, serving in the most diverse administration in US history. An administration that, in President Biden's own words, looks like America. As public servants, we believe we have a responsibility to serve the American people and challenge our nation to live up to our highest ideals. That is why we march today, to make clear that we will not stay silent about the atrocities that are continuing in Gaza. Over 800 of us have signed a letter to the President, Vice President, and Cabinet members demanding an immediate and permanent ceasefire and de-escalation. We were horrified by the brutal October 7th attacks on Israeli civilians and have been horrified by the disproportionate response by the Israeli government, which has indiscriminately killed thousands of innocent Palestinian civilians in Gaza and displaced over 1 million more. We have also seen an escalation of violence in the West Bank. In the last 3 months, Israeli forces have killed over 23,350 Palestinians, including more than 9,600 children. They have injured more than 59,400 Palestinians. More than 8,000 Palestinians are still missing under the rubble. We have seen refugee camps, hospitals, schools, and entire neighborhoods bombed. We have seen men and boys pulling dead men, women, and children from the rubble in sandals with their bare hands, guided only by the light from their cell phones. We have seen cruelty, harassment, humiliation, and degradation of many kinds. This is unacceptable. We join respected institutions like the United Nations and international human rights organizations in calling for an end to this mass human suffering, and we join them in support of South Africa's case before the International Court of Justice, alleging Israel violated the Genocide Convention. There must be an immediate end to this violence, and there must be accountability the blatant human rights abuses and mass atrocities occurring in this region. We refuse to be silent as the majority of Americans and majority of the world are calling for a ceasefire. President Biden committed to bringing humanity to our foreign policy, and we remind him that all human lives matter equally and the protection of all human rights is unconditional. Our voices and the voices of the American public that we serve demand that this violence must stop. And for this reason, we demand President Biden and members of the cabinet to speak up, call for a permanent ceasefire, a release of all hostages, including the thousands of Palestinians arbitrarily detained by Israel, and an immediate de-escalation now. Both Israelis and Palestinians have the right to live with equal rights, safety, peace, and human dignity. The peace and safety for all across the Middle East is essential. The lives of millions of people hang in the balance, in Gaza, in Israel, in the West Bank, and across the region. Thank you. Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now!
This is exactly why it's important for us to have representation in our government. We cannot lift our hands. The government is supposed to represent the people. Next up, one of my favorite members of Congress. Who? Anybody on the satellite truck, you need to get off. Get off the satellite truck, please. Off the satellite truck, please. Off the satellite truck, please. Okay, somebody will handle it. Next up, I'd like to introduce one of my favorite members of Congress, Congressman Andre Carson, who is 1 out of 3 Muslims serving in Congress and represents the 7th District of Indiana.
Salam alaikum. That's my sister right there. She's a general. She's a warrior. She's a leader. Look at this crowd. This is what I'm talking about. When I see this crowd, I think about an election year. When I see this crowd, I think about what it means to leverage our voting bloc. When I see this crowd, I see a movement that says we will no longer allow you to come to our masjids, to come to our iftars, to make empty promises. And when we vote you in office, you vote against our interests. Enough is enough. What's happening in Gaza is wrong. It can be frustrating when some of our friends seem to be going on with life as usual. And as though the atrocities in Gaza aren't even happening, they're going on with their lives. But for those of us who love Palestine, we see the faces of distraught mothers in our dreams. We see the ashes of Palestinian children on social media and on TV. We see the carnage and death in a place that was once where family built their lives. 23,000 souls have lost their lives so far, and I'm afraid that that number will only grow. Now, it's human to feel anger and grief and even hopelessness. But today, we should be hopeful because I see power. For you are the movement that helped to achieve a temporary ceasefire. It was you. You are the voices that are pushing back on right-wing extremism and AIPAC funding. You are posting on social media and fighting the narrative that says Palestinian lives just don't matter. Now let me assure you, Allahu Akbar. Let me assure you, as a black man who comes out of the black American indigenous Muslim experience, that we know what it means to fight against injustice. It can be lonely at times. It can be discouraging, but we haven't given up. Today, I see our community working together with allies, and it's important to have allies. We couldn't get this done without allies. The civil rights movement wouldn't have happened without allies. The desegregation of the military wouldn't have happened without allies. But we have to stay firm and not let anyone hijack our movement for their own personal gain. We have to move forward. We know that military aggression is not the answer. We know that we'll stay strong, but the world is eating out of the palm of our hands. And I don't want us to squander this moment being misled or doing silly stuff. There have been masjids who have organized all across this country in a way we've never seen. Let us use that same force to leverage our voting bloc in 2024 and re-elect people who represent us and vote out those who misrepresent us. Cease fire now! Cease fire now! Cease fire now! Jazakallah khair.
Cease fire now! Cease fire now! Cease fire now! Cease fire now! Our next speaker comes to us virtually from the blessed city of Gaza. And we know our speaker is a journalist from Gaza who sent a special message for everyone here today. Journalist Bilal, many of you may already follow him on Instagram and other social media. Last year in December, in 2022, Bilal was covering the World Cup in Qatar. Last year in 2023, he was covering the genocide of Gaza. Without further ado, Bilal.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. من هنا من قطاع غزة، من هذا القطاع المحاصر، هذا القطاع الذي ينزف. اقتربنا على 100 يوم ونحن نذبح أمام أعين العالم. اقتربنا على 100 يوم من الدمار ومن الدم ومن الصراخ، والعالم لم يحرك ساكنا. لكن نقول لكم أنتم، لكل مناصري فلسطين في كل أنحاء العالم، ولكم أنتم خصيصا في هذه التظاهرة الحاشدة في واشنطن، نحن نراكم ونحن نسمعكم. أنتم إخوتنا، أنتم أعيننا في الخارج وأنتم أصواتنا في الخارج، يدا بيد لوقف هذه المقتلة، لوقف هذه المجازر التي ترتكب بحق الأطفال وحق النساء المدنيين في قطاع غزة. نتمنى أن تنتهي هذه الإبادة الجماعية قريبا. نتمنى أن يكون هناك وقف لإطلاق النار من أجل هؤلاء المدنيين، من أجل أن تصبح غزة مكانا آمنا للعيش، مكانا يستحق الحياة الكريمة الخالية من الحروب والخالية من الصواريخ والصباحات التي نستيقظ عليها كل يوم في هذه الحرب. شكرا لكم على تضامنكم، شكرا لكم على وقوفكم بجانبنا، شكرا لكم على مقاطعتكم، وشكرا لكم على تظاهراتكم، شكرا لكم على نشاطكم على السوشيال ميديا، لأن كل هذا يعتبر هو نوع من أنواع المقاومة التي تحتاجها فلسطين وتحتاجها غزة من أجل نصرة هذه القضية ومن أجل إنهاء هذه المجازر. نتمنى السلام لشعبنا ونتمنى لكم الخير دائما، وإن شاء الله نراكم عما قريب.
For those of you who don't understand Arabic, he was thanking us for marching and for fighting for them. And so my reminder to you is, as tired as we are, imagine how they feel. We must persevere just like they are. Our next speaker is Sister Arshia Ali Khan, who is the CEO of the Muslim Legal Fund of America and the newly appointed chairwoman of the U.S. CMO.
Salamu alaikum. Peace and blessings on each and every one of you, courageous souls that have gathered here today. We stand in the heart of Freedom Plaza. Freedom Plaza, a symbolic reminder that freedom has actually never been free. It has always come at a cost. Our communities bear witness to the web of injustice on the heels of this horrific genocide. From unjust incarceration to no-fly placements to social media surveillance to media censorship to Islamophobic hate crimes, we know that freedom is indeed not free. In the face of this unspeakable genocide in Gaza, we must confront the harsh reality that the cost of freedom extends across all borders. It demands collective courage to stand up against oppression and violence. What has unfolded in Gaza is not a distant tragedy. It is a chapter in our shared history of humanity, a history that we refuse to be written in blood. Let me be crystal clear. This genocide does not make us safer. It does not protect us from hate crimes or from terrorist organizations. Instead, it perpetuates pain and vengeance. It is a stark reminder that the quest for true security cannot be built on the ruins of innocent lives, on the tears of grieving mothers and fathers, on the shattered dreams of our children. Freedom Plaza, ignorance is not an option. And today we are here to say that silence is not an option either. We cannot ignore the role of the U.S. sending munitions, particularly the 2,000-pound MK-84 bombs in indiscriminate bombing of Gaza, manufactured in the USA. President Biden, can you hear us? You cannot tell us to end indiscriminate bombing while simultaneously supplying weapons used in these attacks. We will not accept selective morality. We refuse to live like citizens on probation. The hypocrisy of standing with Ukraine and stomping on Palestinian lives is unacceptable. The echoes of suffering in Gaza resonate with the struggle faced in Muslims globally, including the rights of Americans right here. Our destinies are intertwined, and our fight for justice is shared battle against forces of systemic oppression. One second. Let it be known, we stand united with Gaza for the very essence of freedom. Freedom that is compromised when governments allow genocide to continue funded with our tax dollars. Today, we demand immediate ceasefire to end the relentless assault of innocent brown lives in Palestine. I will shout from the rooftops until my voice reverberates through the halls of power, reaching decision makers and influencers. Let Gaza live! Let Gaza live! Let Gaza live!
Let Gaza live! Our next speaker is Brian Becker from the Answer Coalition.
Sisters and brothers, can I get your attention for 1 second? As we're here in Washington, D.C., between the White House and the Capitol, a ship destined to go to Israel came to the port in Oakland, California, and today the port in Oakland, California has been shut down. Shut it down! Shut it down! Shut it down! Sisters and brothers, Joe Biden has decided not only to fund and finance Israel's genocide in Gaza, but now to carry out a wider war by dropping bombs on the people in Yemen. And what are the people in Yemen supposedly guilty of? They are trying to stop a genocide and to shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. What's our message? What's our message? Not just for the politicians. What's our message for our own movement? The power to make change is not going to come from the Democratic Party establishment or the Republican Party establishment. It's going to come from us. Just think of the last week. The people in South Africa, they rose up. The people in South Africa 40 years ago were defined as terrorists and they were in jail, but today they accuse the genocidal maniacs in Tel Aviv before the world. On November 4th, we were here in the hundreds of thousands. Today, we're in the massive numbers. We're shutting it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down.
Our next speaker is Brother Nihad Awad, who is the Executive Director of the Council of American Islamic Relations.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Peace be to you. I stand before you today as a proud Palestinian refugee. Like the millions of Palestinians who dream to go back to their homeland one day, I salute our people in Gaza and in all Palestine for their deep faith and courage and steadfastness in the face of the most brutal and immoral army on the face of the earth. I salute the people who stand up for truth and justice from South Africa, to every city in the United States. And to our fellow Americans who do not support the genocide, to our fellow Americans who do not support the genocide, who are watching but still silent, I'm saying to you, your silence is a license. 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 Your silence is a license for the Israeli violence. Your silence is a license for the Israeli violence. We need your voice to be spoken out loud and immediately. Martin Luther King Jr. once said during the Vietnam War, the bombs in Vietnam explode at home and they destroy the dream and possibility for a decent America. And today, we say to President Biden, or more accurately, Genocide Joe, we say to him, the 2,000-pound bombs that you have been sending to the state of Israel explode everywhere in the world. They destroy your promise to restore the United States' reputation abroad and to repair broken alliances. We have to keep reminding this president that Benjamin Netanyahu did not put you in office, the American people did. You serve the American people, not the state of Israel. 70% of Americans are telling you, call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire now. Now. Fire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. In my personal capacity, let me say the following. We repeat what I said in November 3rd from this stage to President Biden. No ceasefire, no votes. 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 And to our fellow Americans who oppose the genocide and who are active like you, I tell you, support our members of Congress who oppose genocide. Support Representative Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, Andre Carson, and the squad, and every elected member of Congress and the House and any office in the land who spoke in support of the Palestinian people. Support them. Don't let AIPAC money to defeat them because of their courage. They should not win. It is up to us. So put your votes and your money where your interest is. Support these people and defeat AIPAC and its money. Finally, towards that end, my organization, CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations, would like to share the good news that we are expanding our C4 lobbying and PACS organization in the next few days so that we give you a voice not only in the halls of Congress but also on the campaign trails. So stay tuned and thank you. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Thank you.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Some housekeeping rules. For everyone who is still on the satellite truck, I need y'all to chant with me. Get off the truck! 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 For y'all to know, our goal today was to be able to get this broadcast internationally. But when they get on the truck, they ruin the broadcast. Please do not climb on any speakers. Do not climb on any of our products. If you do, you will ruin it for everyone else. Our next speaker is the director of Mass Pace, Ismahan Abdullahi.
Bismillah, I start in the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, and we're seeing a little bit of a sun coming out. I don't know about you, being Californian, that's really a good thing. Sisters and brothers, as organizers of this march, we believe that you will show up strong to send a message to the Biden administration. You answered that call. You answered the cries of Gaza. Let us remind our nation that black and brown liberation is deeply, deeply intertwined with Palestinian liberation. And when you see those in power quoting MLK Jr. in the next week, yet remain silent on the Palestinian genocide, I ask you to charge them with hypocrisy. Charge them with hypocrisy. For do not be for justice only when it is written in the history books made popular by the times. Be for justice when the injustice is being witnessed live as it is in Gaza and all of Palestine. So long as the genocide in Gaza is funded by this administration, so long as world leaders turn a blind eye to the oppression of the Palestinian people, so long as Israel continues its barbaric ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, we will not relent in our efforts to demand justice and the liberation of the Palestinian people. We will not be distracted, we will not be silent, we will not be silenced, and we will not be intimidated. Just as South Africa courageously rose to rightfully charge Israel with genocide, we, the people of the United States of America, will rise and continue these efforts. What we are witnessing in the halls of power in D.C. is not democracy, and I will end with this. What we are witnessing is hypocrisy. And our call here today is simple, and I end with our Palestinian brothers in Gaza, in the West Bank, and who are here marching, and those who have spoken. You are not alone. Take a look at the streets of D.C. Take a look at the streets of the world. You are not alone. Do not be illusioned by the power of those who have the illusion of power. I say to you what the Prophet, peace be upon him, said to his companion, La tahzan, do not grieve.
Next, we have Dr. Yasir Qadi, who is the Dean of the Islamic Seminary of America and resident scholar of the East Plano Islamic Center in Plano.
Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum. At what point does the mass intentional killing of innocent civilians constitute a genocide? The most powerful nation in that region, one of the most powerful militaries of the world, is bombing one of the most defenseless communities on the face of the earth. And yet still, we are not allowed to call it a genocide. Our own Foreign Secretary, Anthony Blinken, said this is not a genocide. South Africa, that is keeping alive the legacy of Nelson Mandela, is suing Israel in the International Court of Justice, the highest court in the world, and they are charging the country with genocide. In response, Israel has said any accusations of genocide is nothing other than anti-Semitism. I say loudly and clearly, we need to call a spade a spade. This is not anti-Semitism. It is speaking the truth. The Palestinian people are live tweeting their own genocide. They're uploading images of their own massacres. Never in human history have we seen a genocide occur as vividly, in color, in living memory as we have of the Palestinian genocide. What else should we call it when 25% of Gaza has been destroyed?
Genocide!
What do we call it when 500,000 people have been displaced from their land?
Genocide!
What do we call it when 200 bombs of 2 tons each have been dropped in a small area of 2 kilometers?
Genocide!
What do we call it when the Prime Minister of Israel himself uses biblical motifs?
Genocide!
What do we call it when the Foreign Secretary and the Foreign Minister of Israel literally calls Palestinians animals?
Genocide!
All of this is nothing other than genocide. And I say loudly and clearly, this is not anti-Semitism. As I see the crowd in front of us, there are hundreds of Orthodox rabbis, thousands of Jewish people. These are our brethren. These are our brethren. They are the real followers of Moses. They are the ones who make the children of Israel proud. These are the people who show the nation of Israel what the real children of Israel are. I say loudly and clearly as a person of faith that it is not your ancestry that makes you blessed. It is your piety that makes you blessed. And I have a message to the Christians of this country. Where would Jesus stand in this conflict? Do you think he would be on the side of the oppressor, or do you think he would be on the side of the oppressed? I urge every Christian of this country to listen to the beautiful sermon given in Bethlehem 2 weeks ago on Christmas by the pastor of Bethlehem called Christ Under the Rubble. Listen to that sermon from one Christian to the others of this country and see for yourselves where Jesus would have stood. And I have a message to my fellow Americans. I am an American, born and raised in this country. There is much in this country that I'm proud of, but there are aspects that are very, very depressing, very sinister. And what comes to mind is one of the words of the founding fathers, Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson, in looking at slavery, he writes in his diaries, I tremble at the injustice that I see because the God of justice does not sleep. And it's only a matter of time before the justice of God will be manifest, end quote. I too look at our country, and while I love it from the bottom of my heart, and I want the best for this country, I also say that no country that supports tyranny will ever flourish. No country that supports genocide will ever flourish. No country that kills innocent people will ever flourish. Oh, people of America, if you want your country to flourish, and I want it to flourish, if you want it to be blessed, I urge you to take a long and hard look at our irrational relationship with Israel. We have given Israel more money than any other country on the planet. In the last 75 years, we have given Israel more than $250 billion. Since World War II, America has used its veto power in the UN around 90 times, more than half of them for the country of Israel. Who does America support? Us Americans or another country? Why are our tax dollars being spent in the Middle East? We need to take our tax dollars and spend them here. We do not need to get involved in another military conflict. And instead of helping the defenseless people of Palestine, instead of asking for a ceasefire, our president unilaterally bypassed Congress and bombed one of the most disenfranchised, disempowered countries, that is Yemen. What shame on this president! Are we not sick of going to war, one war after another? When are we going to learn? This is our tax dollars. This is our country. For how long are we going to bomb? For how long are we going to invade? Where is our country and our interest? So I say loudly and clearly, this is not about Palestine. This is not about Arabs. This is not about Muslims. This is about us as a human people. This is about us as Americans. Are we going to sit by idly as we watch another genocide? 75 years ago, we heard the slogan, never again. We now have the opportunity to stand up and say, yes, indeed, never again. Not in my name, not in my name, not in my name. Shame to every single congressman or woman who supports this genocide. Shame to every single senator who supports this genocide. Shame to our Secretary of State. Shame to our president. And I say, we have judged you as losers and failures, and God will judge you in the hereafter. Wassalam and peace out.
Biden, Biden, you can't hide. You're supporting genocide. Biden, Biden, you can't hide. You're supporting genocide. Our next speaker comes from Gaza. When we got in communication with Wa'il Dahdouh, we were not sure if he would be able to work with us. But Wa'il Dahdouh is the perfect example of the people of Gaza. Wa'il Dahdouh sent a message for everyone in this crowd and for everyone who supports justice. Without further ado, Al Jazeera journalist Wa'il Dahdouh.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أولا وقبل كل شيء أود أن أنقل لكم باسمي وباسم أسرتي وباسم أسرة الصحفيين وباسم الشعب الفلسطيني هنا في قطاع غزة تحياتنا واحترامنا وتقديرنا لكل ما تفعلونه. بالتأكيد غزة هذه الأيام تمر في مرحلة عصيبة جدا، تاريخية جدا، استثنائية جدا لم تمر بها في تاريخها. ولذلك الناس هنا يدفعون أثمانا باهظة جدا ويعيشون حياة كارثية. لمن لا يعرف، لا يجد الناس الأكل أو الطعام والشراب، المسكن من الخيام، الحمام، وما تتطلبه الحياة ليست الكريمة، وإنما الحياة التي تضمن لهم الاستمرارية حتى مهما كانت الظروف. لا يجدون ذلك إلا لماما أو كفافا، ومن خلال ظروف غاية في الكارثية، غاية في الصعوبة. صحيح أن قطاع غزة يدفع الآن ثمنا باهظا، ومن بين من يدفع الصحفيين الفلسطينيين. الصحفيون الفلسطينيون في قطاع غزة يتعرضون إلى مذبحة إن صح التعبير، إلى مقتل إن صح التعبير. 112 صحفيا ومصورا حتى الآن استشهدوا في هجمات إسرائيلية متفرقة خلال 3 أشهر، وهذه أرقام صعبة لم تسقط في أعتى الحروب، حتى تلك التي استمرت 20 عاما وهي الحرب الفيتنامية. لم تسقط هذه الأرقام، ولذلك نحن كصحفيين ندفع أثمانا باهظة جدا في طريقنا وفي سبيل هذه الرسالة الإنسانية النبيلة التي كفلتها كل القوانين والمواثيق الدولية. ولكن يبدو أن الاحتلال الإسرائيلي لا يروق له أن نقوم بواجبنا على أكمل وجه وبالشكل المهني الذي ترتضيه المواثيق، مواثيق الشرف للعمل الصحفي والمهني. مع الأسف هذا هو واقعنا. فقدنا الأسرة، وفقدنا الولد، وفقدنا الصديق، وفقدنا المكتب، وفقدنا المنزل، وفقدنا المأوى، ونعيش مشردين ونعمل من خلال كل هذه الأوجاع وكل هذه الآلام وكل هذه الأثمان، ومع ذلك ما زلنا مستمرون. أؤكد لكم أننا سوف نستمر في حمل هذه الرسالة وفي أداء هذا الواجب. كما تشاهدون شهيد آخر يسقط في هجمات إسرائيلية جديدة ومستمرة على قطاع غزة. نحن الصحفيين سوف نستمر في حمل هذه الرسالة. ما يقوينا هو الله سبحانه وتعالى الذي يمدنا بالصبر وبرباطة الجأش وبالقوة وبالقدرة على المواصلة. ما يواسينا ويسلينا أنتم في مظاهراتكم، في اعتصاماتكم، في كلامكم، في تفاعلكم على مواقع السوشيال ميديا. أنتم كلمة سر، لا تستهينوا بأي جهد تقومون به من أجل نصرة الحق ونصرة القضية الفلسطينية، نصرة المظلومين. فنحن إخوانكم على الأقل في الإنسانية، وهذه غاية نبيلة وسامية لا يعمل من أجلها إلا الكرماء. وبالتالي لا تستهينوا بجهودكم التي تقومون بها. أود أن أشكركم وأقول لكم بأننا نقدر ما تقومون به. شكرا جزيلا لكم على كل ما تقومون، ونسأل الله سبحانه وتعالى أن تنتهي هذه الحرب المجنونة، وأن نراكم في ظروف أفضل من هذه الظروف إن شاء الله. تحيتي لكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Alaikum assalam. Okay, one moment. So there's a 3-year-old boy missing. He's wearing a red jacket. If you see a 3-year-old boy with a red jacket, bring him up to the stage. A 3-year-old boy with a red jacket. We see him? 10-year-old? A 10-year-old boy with a red jacket. Huh? Mahmoud. His name is Mahmoud. Okay. There's a 3-year-old and a 10-year-old. Both of them are missing. A 3-year-old and a 10-year-old. If you see them, bring them up to the stage. The 3-year-old is wearing a red jacket. What is the 10-year-old wearing? A blue jacket. 10-year-old in a blue jacket, 3-year-old in a red jacket. Okay, found the 3-year-old. Okay, alhamdulillah. So Wa'il al-Dahdouh is literally the epitome of Palestinian resistance. And at the end of it, he said, I hope to see you all on better terms. So may God protect him and the remaining journalists in Gaza. Next up, we have Medea Benjamin, who is the co-founder of the women-led peace group Code Pink.
My name is Medea Benjamin with Code Pink. And we have been walking the halls of Congress every day for the last 3 months. But I'm asking for your help because we need to flood Congress. We need more people. Join us. We're there every day, 10 a.m. in the Hart Building of the Senate. We need them to know we will not stand by while they continue to support the genocide, right? But today I want to address the occupant in the White House. You know that Joe Biden used to cultivate an image of himself as this nice, kind Uncle Joe. He knew the value. He knew the value of human life because he had suffered such losses himself. Now he is no longer the comforter in chief. He is known as Genocide Joe. So when I say Genocide Joe, I want you to lift your hands in the air and say, the blood is on your hands. Genocide Joe. President Biden. For decades now, every time the Palestinian people have risen up against the 75-year-old brutal Israeli occupation, instead of sympathizing with their plight and seeking a real solution, you have reiterated your rock-solid support for their oppressor. Genocide Joe, the blood is on your hands. President Biden, in these last terrifying 3 months, when we have witnessed the murder of over 10,000 precious Palestinian children, when we have heard their soul-wrenching cries trapped in the rubble, instead of demanding that Israel immediately stop this atrocity, you bypass Congress to send more weapons. Genocide Joe, the blood is on your hands. President Biden, the overwhelming majority of countries came together at the UN to put an end to the slaughter, and instead you vetoed the UN resolution, Genocide Joe. And when your own campaign staff say that it is a moral and electoral imperative for you to publicly call for a ceasefire, please don't wonder why you've lost the support of the young people, the Muslim community, progressive Jews like myself. Time will not heal this wound. Come November, we will remember, because Genocide Joe. But to counter these policies and those of Congress people in the pocket of AIPAC, just look around. We are building a beautiful, enormous, multi-generational, multi-ethnic groundswell of support for the Palestinian people. One that will not be appeased or bought or contained or stopped, that will only keep growing and growing until Palestine is free. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine.
Free, free Palestine.
Okay, so remember the guys that were standing on the satellite truck? They took the driver's keys and threw them in the crowd. So if somebody can please locate the keys of the satellite truck and give it up to us over here.
Free, free Palestine. Our next speaker comes from the Muslim Students Association, a Palestinian student, Watfa Zayed.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. That was beautiful, thank you. My name is Watfa Zayed and I'm from Chicago, Illinois, home to one of the largest Palestinian populations in the diaspora. But more importantly, I am a proud Palestinian. I am a recent graduate of DePaul University, one of the many universities in the United States that has yet to support its Palestinian students. We have seen our universities call what is happening in Gaza everything except what it actually is, a genocide. Rather than extending empathy to Palestinian students and staff, students are being denied admission from schools. Professors and administrators are losing their jobs, and campuses are becoming unsafe. Personally, my brother had a rock thrown at him on our campus in Chicago for wearing a kufiya. My cousin, also wearing a kufiya, was spit on at his campus at Yale University. Yes. I'm sorry? What? Hilda. Okay, sorry. Anyway. It is no shock to any of us that there has been an increase in hate crimes against Muslims and Palestinians on our school campuses. But our universities will not admit that. Us student organizers, however, know that this did not begin on October 7th. Our efforts for Palestine have been silenced for years. We have been forced to sit in classrooms where our professors speak ignorantly about our people. In undergrad, I served as our Student Government Association president and was told that I cannot talk about Palestine because I represent all students. At one point, I was even asked to sit down with Zionist students and hear their concerns and work with them. While I was proud that a Palestinian finally had a seat at the table, I was basically told to be careful not to see things one-sidedly. I was threatened on social media and doxxed. Now, 2 years later, nothing has changed. Students are losing their internships, presidents of universities being forced to resign, and worst of all, we are not safe. Wearing the hijab, wearing the kufiya, praying in public, even our names make us targets. But if we look back to the first intifada of 1987, we are reminded that the revolution was led by the shabab, by the youth of Palestine. I'd be remiss if I did not acknowledge that most of the efforts we have seen throughout the past 3 months are led by college students. They say the old will die and the young will forget, but will we forget? To the students in the crowd today, if you have not yet gotten involved in your SJP, now is the time. If your school does not have an SJP, start one. Get involved in your MSAs. Make noise. Stop being apologetic. Being an organizer is not an uncool thing. It's the coolest thing you can do. Throughout the past few months, we have seen our college SJPs and MSAs hard at work, leading our protests, speaking to the press, phone banking, the list goes on. We are extremely privileged to be at our universities and colleges, although we feel scared of the consequences. Our brothers and sisters in Gaza are saying, Hasbunallah wa ni'mal wakeel. Allah is enough for us and He is the best disposer of our affairs. We need to be saying the same here in the diaspora. While the feeling of survivor's guilt weighs on us, let's challenge those emotions into doing everything we can to show the world Palestinian students exist, and we will not be silenced. Repeat after me. We will free Palestine within our lifetime. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alana Hadid. An influential activist and advocate for social change, she's recognized for her unwavering commitment to creating a more equitable and inclusive world. Please help me in welcoming Alana.
Thank you. I'd like to pause and recognize that in the next few minutes while I speak, more Palestinians will be murdered by the state of Israel. My name is Alana Hadid, and I am the child of a Nakba survivor. It has been said before, but it bears repeating. This did not start on October 7th. My father, Muhammad Hadid, was made a refugee by the creation of Israel in 1948 before he could walk. My grandparents were violently expelled from their homes and the towns their ancestors helped build at the hands of Zionists who planned for their expulsion decades in advance. The Nakba never ended. From 1948 until now, the mass expulsion, displacement, targeted killing, and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians has persisted. And I condemn Israel for all of it. I will say that again. I condemn Israel for every day of Palestinian suffering at their hands from 1948 until today. Today, we are watching a genocide on our screens. We are seeing an ongoing Nakba on social media. The horrors that are reality for Gaza and the West Bank for 100 days on our phones for the world to see. Babies are dying in Gaza before they are given birth certificates. Palestinians are carrying their family members in body bags. Each day, 247 Palestinians are killed, 1 every 6 minutes. 48 mothers every 2 hours. 30,000 children orphaned. More than 7,000 people missing or stuck under the rubble. Close to 30,000 killed by Israel's genocide. This is not a reality I can live with. I refuse to live in a world where my father cannot live and die where he was born. I refuse to live in a world where Nakba survivors are displaced again and again by the genocide and unjust war on Gaza. I refuse to live in a world where families are wiped from the earth by missiles signed and funded by American politicians and our hard-earned tax dollars. I refuse to live in a world where children's hands dig for their families or journalists are targeted for showing the world the truth. I refuse to live in a world where famine and thirst are imposed as a tactic of genocide. I refuse to live in a world where Palestinians are told our lives don't matter by a country we fund and politicians we voted into office. Palestine has been showing their devastation to the world every day for over 3 months. The brutality of this genocide, occupation, and the ongoing Nakba by the state of Israel have been laid in front of the world, and the people have spoken. We have flooded the streets, taken to social media, called our representatives, boycotted, shut down bridges, streets, and businesses, and still our government and media are complicit. This is not democracy. President Biden, we the people demand to be heard. We the people demand justice. We the people demand liberation. We the people demand an end to a genocide and an end to a brutal occupation of Palestine. We the people vote in leaders we trust, and Biden and those loyal to AIPAC, we see you, and we do not trust you. We know you hear us. We will not be silenced. We know our votes matter to you. We will not tire. We will not stop. We will continue to fight for collective and universal freedom and equality for all. We will remember in November. And we demand a free Palestine. Palestine is freeing the world, and we will see a free Palestine, a free Congo, a free Sudan, Tigray, Armenia, Ethiopia, Haiti, Yemen. We will see land back and liberty for all indigenous communities. Collective freedom is what Palestinian has taught the world. Bravery and perseverance is what Palestinians have shown us day after day, not just for 100 days, but 75 years, and we must continue the struggle for them. We must keep speaking for those this world has set out to silence. We are the voice of Palestine, and we are saying no more. To everyone out there fighting for liberation, we see you, we hear you. Do not stop. This is our time, and our voices will be heard. We invite the world to join us. It's not too late to be an agent of change. We together can unite for collective liberation. Together, we are more powerful to make change than anyone who seeks to oppress us. To Palestine, I love you. We love you. Your bravery and strength to those living and lost will serve in our heart to fuel our fire to freedom forever. It's ceasefire now, end the occupation, end the blockade, liberation, and freedom for all. Free, free Palestine from the river to the sea.
Free, free Palestine! We are coming to our conclusion. We have 3 more speakers that we know you guys want to hear from. The first is our Imam, Umar Sulaiman.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. Behind me, you have over 200 martyrs that are represented by their families. 200 martyrs whose stories were never told in the mainstream media, posters that you have not seen on the light poles here in Washington, D.C., or in New York, or in Chicago, or in Dallas. And all of us represent now over 36,000 people that have either been martyred or that are under the rubble. And I want you to appreciate that in this country, this isn't our first protest. We have taken to the streets in the name of one victim of state violence for months at a time. If we were to take to the streets for every single casualty and every single person that is under the rubble for the last 3 months, it would take us 100 years to honor each and every single one of those victims. And if we were to collectively take to the streets for the rest of our lives, for just one of the people on these posters, for just one Wa'al al-Dahduh, it would be worth it. They ask us where our Nelson Mandelas are. We say that our Mandela is suing you criminals at The Hague right now for genocide. We say that our Mandelas are the children that have resisted over 7 decades of occupation standing in front of Israeli tanks. We say that our Mandelas are the Wa'al al-Dahduhs and the Mu'tazas of the world who continue to hold up cameras to your genocide unintimidated. We say that our Mandelas are the Rachel Corries of the world, are the allies of Palestine, that despite all of the Israeli propaganda over these years, have never relented in standing by our side and saying that we will not go home until every Palestinian can go home. Dear brothers and sisters, I wonder what Desmond Tutu, who went to Palestine and recognized apartheid and said this is even worse than what we experienced in South Africa, and who particularly bemoaned watching ambulances blocked by checkpoints and apartheid walls. I wonder what he would say watching this genocidal government bomb hospitals and ambulances today. I want to capture not just the cruelty of the moment. I want to capture the insanity of the moment. How low is the threshold? How low the barometer that calling for a ceasefire is too much for some politicians and media commentators and people who claim to be for human rights with the backdrop of 10,000 murdered children? How low is the threshold of morality? And so we say that if with the backdrop of genocide, you have still not found it in your moral conscience to call for a ceasefire, you are heartless. And we say that if with the backdrop of the occupation and apartheid that enabled the genocide in the first place, you still have not called for the end of the decades-long atrocities against our people, you are shameless. And if you have failed to see our humanity, we have not failed to see your hypocrisy. And you've made it clear that shipping lanes in Yemen are more important to you than our lives. And you've made it clear that you want our votes without hearing our voices. But we're going to make you hear our voice today on behalf of all of these families and all of the martyrs and all of those that are still standing strong. Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., we charge you with genocide. 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 Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Our next speaker is one of our favorite Palestinian American singers and songwriters, Anis.
Thank you all for being here. When I look out into this crowd, I see proof that Palestine will be free one day. So be proud of yourselves for being here. I've written a poem that I want to share with you that I feel many of us in the diaspora can relate to. It's called I Don't Feel Safe as a Palestinian. I don't feel safe as a Palestinian. Would you, now that you've seen all the terror and the trauma we're put through, now that you've seen the dead babies and the families under rubble, even in the comfort of our home and in the safety of our bubbles, I don't feel safe as a Palestinian. I never have. Ever since I was a kid, I felt the target on my back. All the classmates got to celebrate the land of their ancestors. But I saw the way the hatred and the racism would fester any time I had the nerve to get excited or expressed how I am blessed to be Palestinian, so I learned to repress. I don't feel safe as a Palestinian. I wish I did. I wish I wasn't so concerned that one day I'll have a kid, and that kid won't understand why we can't visit the land where Siti lived, why there's no birthright for the indigenous. I don't feel safe as a Palestinian. Even here in America, where I'm supposed to live without a fear, but a 6-year-old Palestinian was stabbed to death and 3 college students were shot for the scarf around my neck. How dare we dare to exist? If our existence is a threat, then I don't feel safe as a Palestinian. Why should I? I've been watching genocide for months, documented live. These people look like you and I. We've heard every scream and cry, but our president sent them billions so millions more could die. I don't feel safe as a Palestinian. But that will change. I know one day our homeland will live a life without this pain. Their screams will be of joy. Their tears will be of laughter. The people of Palestine will live happily ever after. We will be safe as Palestinians. One day soon, they cannot break us, they cannot shake us, no matter what evil they use, no matter how many they kill, no matter what bullets they shoot. You can't break the soul of a native people who refuse to accept their occupation. So no matter what they do, we will be safe as Palestinians. It's just a matter of time. From out of the hell of darkness, the light of freedom will shine. From under the city's rubble, Gaza's people will rise and dismantle the occupation, because within our lifetime, we will finally be safe as Palestinians. Don't ever lose your hope. They can steal land, they can steal homes, they can steal a lot of things from us, but they can never steal our joy, they can never steal our art, and they can never steal our hope. Free, free Palestine! Louder, free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Let Biden hear you. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Within our lifetime!
free, free Palestine. Within our lifetime.
Keep going. Free Palestine.
We will free Palestine. Within our lifetime. It is my honor to introduce the scholar, the theologian, Dr. Cornel West.
Let the word go forth here and now that we are going to hold up the blood-stained banner and the tear-soaked cause of our precious Palestinian brothers and sisters. Not just in Gaza and West Bank, but all around the world. And it is in the name of truth. And the condition of truth is to allow suffering to speak. It's in the name of justice. And justice is what love looks like in public. Yes, it's indeed true that Brother Martin Luther King Jr. would have been 95 years old on Monday. And he, like myself, comes from a tradition of a great black people who have been hated and terrorized and traumatized for 400 years, but we still here fighting, we still here swinging. So I'm here to let my precious Palestinian brothers and sisters and siblings know that when I think of where I come from, for every generation we have love warriors who are willing to live and who are willing to die. Martin Luther King Jr. said, I'd rather be dead than afraid. I'd rather be a corpse than a coward. We need courage. We need love and freedom in love. Don't let anybody lie on you and say that we here in the name of hatred. We don't hate anybody. We love Palestinians. We love oppressed people no matter where they are, any corner of the globe. They could be on the chocolate side of Washington, D.C. They could be Dalits in India. They could be landless peasants in Brazil. They can be indigenous peoples. They can be Iranians. They can be Iraqi. Anybody. This is a human thing we're here for. So when you hear all the lies that hide and conceal the crimes, remember what Brother Martin used to say, no lie can live forever. Truth crushed the earth shall rise again. I see it in your faces. I see it in your eyes. I see it in your hearts. I see it in your bodies. And oh, I wish you can see how beautiful you look. Isn't that the truth, my brother? Oh, yes. Beautiful you look. All the different colors and genders and cultures and sexual orientations and national identities. Why? Because you're here in the name of truth and justice, and we are going to raise our voices, put our bodies on the line, and yes, even go to jail and even die. Oh, let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a story. December 17th, 1951, there was a great black brother named Paul Robeson. Y'all know who Paul Robeson was? Give it up for Paul Robeson. He went to the United Nations with a petition that said, we charge genocide. He was talking about black people in the American Empire.
And it is consistent to be in solidarity with South Africa, because we don't have to charge genocide. We see it with our very eyes, day in and day out. Those precious babies, the precious men, the precious women. What kind of world are we living in? America, what kind of country? What kind of empire? All of that barbarity, all of that bestiality, and we still have to march in Washington before the Capitol and the White House? My God. It's true. It's amazing to me when I think of Biden and Harris and Austin and Blinken and Sullivan and Kirby. I can mention all the names. And I don't speak in a spirit of hatred. I speak in a spirit of love for oppressed folk, which leads me to hate domination, occupation, subjugation, degradation, any form that loses sight of the humanity of people. And I say personally to Biden and company, you're not just enabling, you're not just facilitating, you're not just coagulating and cooperating with vicious crime of genocide. That makes you war criminals yourself. You ought to be shamed. Who do you think we are? You think that you can suppress the love that we have for our Palestinian brothers and sisters? No, you got the wrong people. And I would say the same thing if they were Jewish brothers and sisters. The same thing if they were Haitian brothers and sisters. Same things as Ethiopian brothers and sisters. Don't get it twisted. We trying to have some space of morality and spirituality in a moment of overwhelming barbarity. And I can hear the voices of Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass. I can hear the voices of Claudia Jones. I can hear the voices of W.B. Du Bois. I can hear the voices of John Coltrane's Love Supreme. I can hear the voices of Curtis Mayfield. I can hear the voices of Gil Scott-Heron. They're not just isolated names. They are forces in history that constitute our souls so that we can straighten our backs up. And Brother Martin used to say, anytime, every day people straighten their backs up, they're going somewhere, because folk can't ride your back unless it's bent. Our backs are straight. Our backs are ready. We are fortified. We ready to fight. We ready to resist with resilience. And when they tell us that the claims of our South African brothers and sisters are meritless, and you see they've said the names a number of times, so you know they got talking points. Meritless. Have you seen Gaza? Have you seen West Bank? Not just after August 7th. Did you see it in 1948? Did you see it in 1967? Did you see it in 2008? Did you see it in 2014? And you're still looking, and all you can say is meritless. Biden, how cold-hearted and mean-spirited can you be? Got the nerve to go down to a black church where black people were crushed by some sick white supremacist brother. And then you know you're enabling blowing up mosques in Gaza, blowing up churches in Gaza, blowing up places where Jesus himself was born. I'm a Christian. I'm a revolutionary Christian. I come out of the household of Irene and Clifton. I come out of Shiloh Baptist Church. I'm influenced by the Black Panther Party. Don't tell me. Don't tell me that you can see what I see and call it meritless. We'll never put up with that. We'll never accommodate ourselves to that. And that's why we call it for more than a ceasefire. We want an end to the siege. We want an end to the occupation. We want Palestinians to live a life of dignity. Am I going on too long? One last point. One last point, because we're getting ready to march. Oh, yeah. But when I talk about free Palestine, and one of these days it's going to happen, I may not live to see it for myself, but I know I would have done all that I could to bear witness with every bone in my body. But I want that free Palestine to be a place where we're able to bring together human beings in such a way that, yes, we would be concerned about Jewish safety and security. Nobody's calling for the annihilation of Jewish brothers and sisters, but you'll never have Jewish security. You'll never have Jewish safety if you don't have Palestinian security, if you don't have Palestinian safety. That's what we're talking about. We want equality. We want equality. We want equality.
Thank you, Dr. Cornel West. Now it's my honor to introduce the final speaker, my boss, the Executive Director of American Muslims for Palestine, Dr. Osama Abu Rashid.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, heroes. Yes, yes, you are heroes. The vanguard of justice, the voice of the voiceless, the voice of the oppressed, the voice of the Gazan people. Yes, you are. Be proud of yourself. We are proud of who we are. We are proud of what we stand for, and we are proud of who we stand for and who we stand against. Let the deaf hear, let the blind see that we are here in the tens of thousands from all over America. We came here in the tens of thousands and bribed. Did any one of you get $250 to be here? Just a few weeks ago, Zionists were marching in Washington, D.C. A few thousands of them, a few of those who are morally corrupted, were here, bribed, bought off, paid $250 to be here. But we, the tens of thousands, the hundreds of thousands of us, we came here on our own dime. We came here because we are proud of what we stand for. Because we know the Gazan people are the oppressed. Because we know that Israel is a genocidal state. Because we know that Schumer, that Biden, that Hakeem Jeffrey should be ashamed of themselves. We come to stand with people like Professor Cornel West. We are proud standing next to him, but I am not proud to be next to Joe Biden. We're not. We're here because
We celebrate Martin Luther King. Does anyone celebrate George Wallace? Do you even know who George Wallace is? Does anyone give a damn about George Wallace? Does anyone give a damn about Benjamin Netanyahu? Does anyone give a damn about Genocide Joe? But we all care for the people of Gaza, and we are them. History will celebrate you. History will register your names. History will register the victory of Gaza. And history will disregard Genocide Joe, Hakeem Jeffrey, Schumer, and the rest of the gang, the corrupt gang. My dear brothers and sisters, this is not a one activity for Palestine. What we do here is not the end of it. It didn't start today. It's not going to end tomorrow. We have to continue this work. We are ushering a new era in America. An era for a free Palestine. Not only to end genocide. Genocide will come to an end with our collective voices, with us collectively demanding it, enforcing it. We're not gonna forget, we're not gonna forgive. We will not. Those who are being tried now before the ICJ, whether they're condemned or not, we condemn them for genocide. Those apologists of them, those who are defending them, those who are providing them with the diplomatic immunity, we know that you are as implicated as Israel. We know that when this administration calls the charge against genocide Israel meritless, is that they are meritless. They should be ashamed of themselves. Shame on them. Joe Biden, Anthony Blinken, Austin, they know that they are as criminal as Netanyahu, as Ben Gvir, as Smotrich, as Gallant, as Israel. We know that. That's why they call it meritless. No basis. Screw you, Joe Biden. Screw you. Screw you, Joe Biden. You would never be able to take away from us our freedom of expression. We would never be deterred by what you accuse us of being anti-Semitic. We're not the anti-Semitics here. We are for justice for all. It is you who are fueling anti-Semitism. When you claim that Israel is the embodiment of Judaism, when you claim that the Israeli people are the embodiment of Jews, they're not representatives of Jews. And we don't accept that you infringe on our freedom of expression. If you're able to fire university presidents because they stood for First Amendment, we're not going to allow you to compromise our First Amendment. We're not going to be deterred by you. This is a movement. The history, the future belongs to us. Younger Americans, you are the majority who condemn Israel, who sympathize with Palestine. Not because they're Palestinians, not because they're Muslims vis-a-vis Jews, or Christians vis-a-vis Jews, or Jews vis-a-vis others. It's not because of that. It's because we stand on a principle. We stand for justice for all, for any oppressed people. I am a proud Palestinian. I am a proud Arab. I am a proud Muslim. If Jews were being massacred the way the Palestinians are being massacred, wallahi, I'll be standing here, speaking on their behalf, defending them. I am not proud to say that I'll be like Joe Biden. A man who subscribes to selective humanity, selective morality. This corrupt administration was prompt in supporting the ICC, accusing Vladimir Putin, another corrupt, another dictator like this stupid guy here behind me, accusing him of what? Of genocide. Accusing Russia of committing genocide in Ukraine, although the US doesn't even recognize the ICC. But suddenly we have some moral authority, as he claims. We go against Russia. We go against Vladimir Putin. We see the crimes that Russia is committing in Ukraine. But when it comes to Israel, there is no genocide. Antony Blinken suddenly is a blind person. Antony Blinken suddenly is a deaf person. Antony Blinken, whose hard X over the Palestinian children being pulled from under the wreckage, still has the audacity to call it meritless, accusing Israel of being a genocidal state. So let me tell you this. We don't subscribe to selective humanity. We don't subscribe to selective morality. We subscribe to humanity, we subscribe to morality, and we subscribe to justice, and we subscribe to ejecting these corrupt politicians from office. I'll end with this. I am proud to be the executive director of the American Muslim for Palestine. I'm proud to be the executive director of its affiliate 501c4 organization, Americans for Justice in Palestine Action, AGP Action, a lobbying organization for Palestine. I am proud of this collective effort by the Muslim Task Force, by American Muslim Task Force, by our staff. I'm proud that we have made this a reality. I am proud that we believed in you and you believed in us and we believe Palestine will be free. And I am proud to tell you that this fight will continue. That does not end here. One, do you see a petition here? Tax Gaza to 21,000. Everyone, I know maybe you don't have service here. Tax Gaza, tax Gaza to 21,000. Don't go home tonight, before you tax Gaza to 21,000, number one. Two, this is a movement. Be part of it. Go to our website, American Muslims for Palestine, or AMP.org, AGPAction.org. Become a member. Become a member of JVP. Become a member of this movement. Become a member of Code Pink. Support all of these organizations. Mass, CARE, MLFA, MUNA, all of these organizations. Become active. This is what's going to change things. Don't be less enthusiastic. Don't be less passionate about your cause. Make sure that your corrupt politicians hear from you. If they're good, thank them. But if they're bad on Palestine, make sure that they hear you. Continue to fight for Palestine. Leave tonight home more committed that this is a movement. I am an integral part of it. It's not going to work without me. It is a collective responsibility, but it is also a personal responsibility. We are going to reconstruct this hope. We are going to realize it. We are going to ensure Palestine will be free. We were going to ensure that America will be free. We were going to ensure that no more cheating, no more deception, no more politician promising us equality, freedom, justice for all, when they are the most morally bankrupt people who continue to lie and think that they can get away with it. We will make sure that we don't forget and we don't what? Forgive. We don't, right? Palestine will be free. Gaza will be victorious. We are not running away. The Gaza people are standing tall on their land. They are not fleeing. They are not leaving their homeland. They will come back to the same houses that Israel destroyed. They will be rebuilt. Palestine will continue to be on the map. Tell Netanyahu, screw you, screw your map, screw your government. We will dismantle this apartheid state. We will dismantle this genocide state. Only justice will bring all to live in peace. Muslim, Christian, Jews, all people will live in peace. When Israel, in its current form, as the current structure, will cease to exist, but freedom and justice will prevail and continue to exist. Assalamu alaikum.
Free Palestine! We have a chant in Arabic for our people in Gaza. When I say Ana Raja' Raja', I need you guys to respond Raja'. So everything I say, y'all just say Raja', okay? You ready? Let's try it out. Ana Raja' Raja'. There we go. Ana Raja' Raja'. Ana Raja' Raja'. أنا راجع راجع عبيت حانون على جباليا. أنا راجع راجع. أنا راجع راجع على الشجاعية. على الشجاعية. على الزيتون. أنا راجع راجع. بيت حانون بيت حانون. بيت حانون بيت حانون. Free, free Palestine. Now I am going to ask you all to start making your way over to 14th Street. But as you do so, let's make sure the people in Gaza hear us. Let's do this together. Gaza, 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 Gaza. Gaza, 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 Gaza. Gaza, 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 Gaza. We ask you all to be mindful. If you are on my right side, the right of the stage, feel free to exit from that side. Feel free to exit from that side. Use both sides of the street. We have all this area. Go up 14th. We want to be as safe as possible. Take your time. Go in the way that makes most sense for you. But as you go, let's keep chanting. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. End the occupation now. End the occupation now. End the siege on Gaza now. End the siege on Gaza now. Free, free Palestine. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Let Gaza live. 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 Hey, hey, ho, ho, the occupation's got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho, the occupation's got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho, the occupation's got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho, the occupation's got to go. Ho, ho, the occupation's got to go. As we march up 14th to the White House, let's let them hear us. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Genocide Joe has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Genocide Joe has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Genocide Joe has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Ho, ho. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Biden, Biden, you can't hide. We charge you with genocide. Biden, Biden, you can't hide. We charge you with genocide. Bloody Blinken, Genocide Joe. Both of them have got to go. Bloody Blinken, Genocide Joe. Both of them have got to go.
Palestine will be free. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
For everyone joining us right now, the protest, the rally for the second national march on Gaza has ended, and people are now marching towards the White House. We're leaving Freedom Plaza right now, and as you can see behind me, there are just tens of thousands of people here, all about to head to Joe Biden's workplace and deliver a message that 97 days of genocide now, 97 days of genocide is too much. In the last week, we've seen major escalations, the U.S. escalating in its war against Yemen, against Ansar Allah, threatening a regional war, threatening to escalate things severely. And then on the other hand, we see South Africa officially filing genocide charges against Israel. Oh, we're not live?
We're not actually live. David was on.
Hey, good to see you.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Not another nickel! Not another dime! Not another nickel! Not another dime! No more money for regulation!
This is my brother. This is my twin brother. Hey, what's up? Yeah, nice to meet you. You know Rachel? I was like, this is my brother.
I don't think so.
Thank you.
Hey, you guys. I was like,
yeah. I want to do the live with you.
I mean, I'll say hi.
Yeah.
We're not close to live.
All right, great, perfect.
We can do it for the podcast.
Yeah.
I don't know. I want to be interviewed. What are you guys doing? Are you gonna hang out here and just interview people?
Basically, yeah. And we're gonna go to the White House. Yeah, we're gonna go to the White House. Yeah, plant the Palestinian flag on the lawn. Yeah. You yell some things.
Yell some things?
Yell some things.
Oh yeah, yell. Have the mask on. But I guess you're on live. Thank
So we're here in Washington, D.C. The national march, the national rally for Gaza on Washington, D.C. has ended, and now people are marching towards the White House to carry their demands to Joe Biden. And, you know, it's been 97 days of this genocide, and in the last week we've seen serious escalations from the White House, with the U.S. bombing Yemen again, bombing Ansar Allah, and threatening a regional war, and at the same time in South Africa becoming the first country to raise genocide charges against Israel. So as you see behind me, tens of thousands of people marching to bring their demands to Joe Biden for a ceasefire and to put pressure on Israel to stop the genocide. And also behind me, Ronnie Pollock and the Pollock family.
Yes, from the whole family.
The whole family's out here.
Sisters, nephews, and nieces.
Yes.
Big fans of great company. It's hard work, awesome work. Keep it up. It's her birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday.
She gets everything. Brianna, her daughter, Sister Rima, Lena, Salmon, all are here to be like in solidarity with Gaza. All of people's families are here to be in solidarity with Gaza as well. This march is massive. It's so important. Glad we get Breakthrough to cover it.
So it's a whole Breakthrough family affair. I'm also here with my brother, my twin brother. We're wearing the same jacket. So we're going to be marching now. We're going to be marching with the protests, and we'll be talking to people. So yeah, let's go. Hey, how's it going? Pleasure.
Thank you so much. We love the Kane family.
Doing well. So what's your name and where are you coming from?
From Jersey. My name is Ayana.
And what made you want to come out here?
Well, I drove here 4 hours by myself just because I'm really supporting Palestine. And I support genocide. And it's terrible. The tens of thousands of children that are dying every day in Palestine.
You're coming from New Jersey. So how'd you learn about Palestine? How'd you get interested in the issue?
Well, actually, my mom was actually, more like involved in like what she's like seeing on social media and stuff. Like, my father wasn't really in support of it. My father's like, Palestinians killed the Jews and all this religious stuff that I don't really, got time for. But like I said, I'm not really a person of religion or politics or anything like that. I just believe that humanity needs to do better. We need to do better as humans, and we need to stop this genocide and killing these kids and these children.
And we're marching towards the White House right now, and the majority of the people in America support a ceasefire. They oppose unconditional aid to Israel, but Biden is like doing the complete opposite. And why do you think it is that the administration is just so far apart from the people?
Like I said, I don't really know too much about the politics side of it or about the religious side of it. I just know that our U.S. tax dollars definitely shouldn't be going into this. If Biden is supporting, this genocide, I'm not even going to call it short because, like I said, it's a genocide. If Biden is supporting this, then I will remember in November. I will remember in November for sure.
So no votes for Biden.
No votes for Biden for me. And I just it's gonna be my first year voting too. I'm 18.
Well, congratulations. This is a memorable way to start off.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
No problem.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so people are continuing to move towards the White House, and I think we're going to try to move with them. So we're going to just continue forward. either. So I guess it's
They're probably not going to win next time.
No. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so now we have McGreen coming from Chicago. That's a long way to get here.
I took a bus provided by CIOGC.
How long is it?
It was around like 11 hours, I think. Yeah.
11 hours for Palestine.
For Palestine. And I mean, I think votes matter the most. I'm with the Muslim Civic Coalition, so I follow for them. And we are trying to get every vote out there. So please check us out. We also have the Rebellion Act that just we just went national. So we're trying to pass an act against hate crime. So check out the Muslim Civic Coalition. We have all the information out there.
Talking about Muslim votes, I mean, that's a big topic these days. I mean, I don't think I ever would have seen the day where Palestine would have been a decisive issue in the U.S. election, but that's the way it feels. I mean, what are people telling you about, this genocide and how it's affecting the Muslim vote, the Arab vote, and the larger religion?
I mean, it's not necessarily like a lot of Muslims are involved, but it's a humanitarian crisis more than anything. Muslims, Jews, and Christians are all united on this, and I don't think that we could pinpoint a certain religion about it.
But you're hearing a lot of people saying that the genocide, blind support for genocide, they might not vote for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, we entrusted Biden to protect us and to protect, not only America, but all our allies. And I mean, he's just going, and there's a lot of mess going on right now. I mean, how can we trust somebody to protect us and our rights when they're doing the opposite behind closed doors? Which is why every single vote counts. So if you're not registered to vote, and we need your votes this year. 2024 elections are so important.
And do you really feel like this issue of Gaza could be sort of decisive in the election?
I mean, if you're not choosing ending this genocide and voting for somebody who wants to end the genocide, then you're on the wrong side of history. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to be decisive.
That's a good point. Yeah. It should be decisive. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Hello. How's it going?
It's going.
What are your names?
Fariel.
Welcome. Where are you all coming from?
New York.
Great. So what brings you out here? Why'd you come all the way down to DC?
Well, we're marching for a free Palestine because of the illegal occupation that the Israeli state is doing. And we're hoping for an immediate ceasefire.
And, obviously, the American people widely support a ceasefire. I think it's the majority, 51%, and even more support the ending of unconditional aid to Israel. But the Biden administration is so far from the average voter on this issue. Why do you think that is?
I guess it's just for political and economical gain on their end. They think that they're doing what's best for them, but as can be seen by DC and multiple protests that we've had in New York and around the world, actually, we're all calling for an immediate ceasefire and for Israel to go in this situation.
And it really feels like, you say the whole world, I mean, it really feels like, aside from the U.S. and Israel and Canada and the UK, it's like the whole world, and then it's them defending this genocide, denying this genocide. I mean, it's crazy. We're seeing a genocide in real time in the 21st century. The great powers are sort of endorsing it in the neighborhood.
Well, I can say never again, and it's happening right now, whether people want to believe it or not. Like I said, the people are marching to a free Palestine. Whether the government wants to believe it or not, they are supporting the genocide that needs to end. Because at the end of the day, it's the human population that needs to be saved, and this has to happen.
And, we've seen a lot of politicians are getting their press conferences disrupted, they're getting shouted at dinner. It feels like that's not really going to stop. People are really angry.
I mean, just continue pressing, continue doing what we have to do as humans, as a population, and hopefully something will happen.
And, we're marching to the White House. What's your message to the administration?
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
Great. Thank you so much. So, are chanting, "Yemen, Yemen, make us proud." So apparently unfazed by the U.S.'s retaliation. And of course, the people in Yemen are also holding massive rallies saying they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop their support for Palestine, which many people today have also pointed out to me is, well, I was going to say non-violent, but it has not actually killed anyone. And the U.S. issued a statement saying that Ansar Allah, that they're terrorists. It's they've designated them a terrorist organization. But ironically, the Yemenis have not killed anyone. But the U.S. of course is sending dozens of, not dozens, hundreds of millions of dollars to Israel to kill people. And of course, their airstrikes in Yemen the other day killed 6 Yemeni soldiers. So yes, people are. You hear that?
Free Palestine.
They're chanting "Long live Yemen." So people are really, people are very much feeling the Yemeni solidarity. Raya, do you wanna? No. All right, so we're just continuing towards the White House.
I'm socialist. I don't have a problem.
How are you?
I'm good.
Washington, D.C., turn to Jesus. Turn to Jesus. Jesus is the only way. Turn to Jesus. We want everybody to know the love of Jesus. Jesus gave his life
supporting this genocide. How do you see this sort of like exposing the motives of, you know, Israel and the Western powers?
I mean, I think if anyone hasn't been watching the case as it's been going through trial, I mean, the comrades in South Africa have done an amazing job at presenting like what it actually means to have genocide, depriving people of water, of food, to constantly going all the way back to the occupation. It's been 75 years of occupation, and thinking about it's not an isolated moment from what happened on, you know, October 8th. It's like beyond that. It's thinking about all of the years of oppression that the Palestinian people have faced and the amount of children that have been killed. And so highlighting and actually contextualizing what genocide means in that case, I think is very eye-opening to the world. You know, the world stands with Palestine, and, you know, the U.S. and Israel is this just watchdog in the Middle East, and the world has had enough.
Thank you, Elizabeth. All right, so we're going to be continuing. We've reached the back of the march, but we're going to be continuing forward. All right, so we're almost at the White House. We're going straight there. at the White House, so we're going to head over that way. The march is going a longer route. What's up? Okay, so we're going to be heading over. Okay, so we're off the monopod again, and we're headed to the White House, which is where the march is supposed to end. But they're going up 14th Street, so we're going to sort of skip ahead of the march route. But there are so many people here. There are actually like several marches, and I think you kind of have to be here to understand it. But there are so many people spread out over such a large distance that people sort of split off into their own marches. So you have like 5 or 6 marches going at the same time. But I believe we were told that there were some people that have already gotten to the White House, so we're going to go talk to them. But you see on our left the Treasury building, which is directly to the left of the White House. And there are people milling around all over the place. How's it going? Not much. What's up with you? Thank you. Are you recording? Yeah, we're live. Yeah. Where are you guys coming from?
Protest over here.
But are you from D.C. or are you coming from somewhere else?
I'm from Baltimore.
You're from Baltimore?
Yes, sir.
What brings you out here?
Just the protest. Yeah. Just to support Palestine and chant and
you know, what how have you been feeling of these last 97 days with the war?
It's been tough, man. It's like kind of shown me, honestly, like how Islamophobic a lot of the country still is. Because I feel like, one, it's a lot of like ignorance. And then the second thing is it's also a lot of hate. And it just seems like what a lot of the speakers today were bringing up, it's just like, what's the word they were using? Selective, advocacy for people.
Yeah, I think Joe Biden released a statement saying that they were starting a committee to combat Islamophobia. It's like, I mean, you're sending weapons to the biggest Islamophobe in the region.
I feel like a lot of the things he says are hypocritical. Like the day he visited Israel, he also tweeted out like some pro-Palestinian things, which was just kind of like so out of touch. So, yeah, I feel like a lot of the things he's been doing are kind of hypocritical and out of touch.
Do you think that reflects maybe that he's feeling some pressure from people like us to change his policy?
I definitely feel like that's a part of it. I feel like the narrative has been slowly shifting around the whole situation. And I feel like even Joe Biden definitely has some sort of guilt in his heart, which is kind of showing here and there.
You never really thought you'd see the day where a U.S. president feels so much pressure on this issue, specifically of Palestine.
I never thought I'd see the day. Yeah, I didn't. But I expected better from the get-go, though.
If you want to keep walking with us, we're just going to keep heading down.
I think I lost my group, low-key. Okay, no, they're here.
Oh. No, yeah. This is your group?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, well, good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you for talking to us.
I like
Appreciate
your
it.
jacket.
Thank you. Okay. But it looks like people are leaving the way. Should we head over there? Were there people over there? Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Okay. So which way do we want to head? This way? All right. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. You were there. I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Yeah. So I think this side of the White House is blocked off, so we're gonna go around the other side. Okay. But yeah, so we're just continuing down. We're on 15th Street, passing the Treasury Building. Okay, I can see the protesters have actually they've entered the back side of the White House. So we can get around there, but guys, I think we're going the wrong way. We what's that? No, that's going to be way too long. We have to go around that way. We need to go this way. We need to go. So we're going to be headed to the back lawn of the White House. Protesters are now gathering at the fence. Can we just go through? I think we can just go through. Okay, all right. Let Okay, so I think there actually is an entrance. So we're about to approach the White House. So just stay tuned, follow with us. What's that? Just sorry. Let's just get to the front of the White House.
Actually, wait. Your videos are awesome. They are amazing. I really love them. Your guys' work is amazing. Love you guys.
Thank you. We're live right now. You want to give us a few words? No. Come here. What's your name?
I'm Anas.
Thank you. So
I'm a surgical resident at Geisinger.
Where are you coming from?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Oh, you're a surgical what?
Resident. So I'm a doctor by first year of training.
Okay. So how do you feel as a doctor seeing what Israel's doing to all the hospitals in Gaza?
So it's difficult because I'm a Palestinian and a doctor, and I do surgical rotations where we deal with children often, and it's very difficult because in every child I see the thousands of Palestinian children that have been killed, and it hits real hard because here in the United States they have all the access to resources and expertise that they can get, but over in Palestine there are so many capable, bright individuals, but they're being held back with no resources, no institutions. The entire healthcare industry has been completely decimated, and it's all with such clear intent, and it hurts me as a healthcare provider because I know how much we're capable of and how many lives we could save if we had the right resources.
I mean, and don't you think it says a lot about a country that they deliberately target hospitals and they know what they're doing? Israel knows what they're doing and they keep doing it anyway.
It's difficult to say, and what's worse than that is the silence of people who have the ability to say something, and we're so quick to stand with Israel, but why aren't we standing with the Palestinians? Why aren't we standing as a point of values? The CEO of my hospital sent an email within the first couple of days of October 7th, talking against the massacre of civilians. But why are we silent when 23,000 other civilians are dying?
Absolutely, and it is a violation of international law to bomb a hospital. I mean, those are protected areas, and it's somewhere no one should ever expect to have harm brought upon them, let alone die. I mean, what do you think when you see doctors being killed?
A hospital is a place of healing. It's a place of care. It's a place of making people who are broken get better. And I've lived that. And I've seen the most broken individuals, the most broken children from the worst kinds of traumas come back, and we fix them up. And we can do that. And so how big of a crime is it when you know that you can save these lives, but you purposely stop people from being able to do that? You choke the life out of them. It makes it so much worse.
Speaking of which, as a doctor in the U.S., you must see the way the lack of public health care and healthcare subsidies, Medicare for all. The fact that the government has completely neglected health care for its citizens, I mean, you see the consequences of that, yes?
Absolutely, absolutely.
And yet our government is trying to send $100 billion right now overseas for weapons for Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan.
And they get free health care and free college education. Well, we have homeless people here in D.C. and in Baltimore. You don't need to go past the block, past the White House to see a bunch of homeless people. We could end homelessness with the money that we have sent overseas. We could solve these issues that are here. Where are our priorities?
Well, I think you said it. They're in killing people. They're in spending money on war, and they're for lining the pockets of these military countries.
I have to thank you guys because your reporting has been just absolutely amazing. Your videos are so spot on. They're extremely analytical. They're detailed. They're fact oriented, and they're humanitarian at their base, which is why I think it resonates with everyone. So just thank you guys, and honestly, I really appreciate the voice that you're giving to the oppressed all around the world.
Thank you, and thank you for your work. Thanks for speaking out. Appreciate you. So we're going to keep walking. We're walking towards the White House now, and there's some people streaming out, but it looks like there's a pretty big crowd over by the fence. So I think we'll be speaking with another protesters. Hi, what's your name?
My name is Ella.
Nice to meet you. Where are you coming from?
From New Jersey.
Okay. So what brings you out here?
I'm here for a moment in history to show my solidarity with Palestine. I mean, I am originally Palestinian, and my parents immigrated here over 20-something years ago, and I'm here to show that the truth behind it, that we all stand here, even if those who aren't Palestinianly born or blood related, we all stand for justice, and we all stand for the end of genocide.
You said this is a historic moment, and it certainly feels that way. I mean, what about it feels historic to you?
It feels historic because I've been part of the many rallies, many movements, but this is the first time where I've seen so many other ethnicities, so many other races, and people of every organization coming together. And it's good to know that in times of need and in times of war, we can all stand for the same things, which is peace, and it's just nice to see that. We saw that in the Black Lives Matter movement, and I'm happy to see that now again as well.
One thing is that a lot of the sort of propaganda and the talking points of Israel don't really work anymore. I mean, I think they've really kind of painted themselves in a corner, especially with this latest genocide charge coming from South Africa. Israel has tried to they've tried to write it off as like anti-Semitic blood libel, but they're kind of alone in this, and it's only really the U.S. and U.K. and a few other Western powers supporting Israel, but it seems like the rest of the world is for Palestine. No?
Well, yeah, we're seeing something different from all the times before, and that's because we now have different sources of news. We have different people, like actual civilians, that are able to take a video on their phone, post it, and we don't rely only on broadcasting stations that are, well, to sadly say, funded by congressmen and people that have stocks in oils and guns and things like that, and that thrive under war. We now have people that actually have family overseas and people who have friends, and I think that's why now we're able to actually say, Israel, you're full of crap, and we all see it, and we have the footage.
Yes, yeah, we have the footage, and it feels a little crazy that this is even up for debate. I mean, we watch this genocide happen every single day, and people debate whether or not it's happening. It's like, this is happening in front of our eyes.
that's how history has always painted itself. It's always the victors that write the history, and the oppressors get swept under the rug. And I think this time we're not going to let it happen. I see that this younger generation, they don't take their information from any other generation, but from the people itself. We believe the oppressed. We believe civilians, especially when they have that much footage. We don't just take the word of governments that only have themselves in mind.
So thank you. I'm getting the wrap it up signal, but we're going to keep moving towards the White House. But thank you so much for speaking to us. Yeah, you too. So we're just continuing towards.
For an interview.
Okay.
It's a BDS app with alternatives. We launched it today.
Okay. Thank you. Just got a flyer for a BDS app, which is the Boycott, Divestment, Sanctions Movement. For those who don't know, I assume this app tells you what products are being boycotted. But so we're continuing towards the White House. You see it on our left here, lit up. But the protesters have gathered here, and this is the same thing that happened on the last National March. The protesters spent hours basically making their voices heard. I'm not sure if Joe Biden is inside, but you know, they've actually put up another fence. This is interesting. So they put up another fence, maybe like 20 or 30 feet in front of the actual fence. So it seems like they don't want us getting close to the White House. Last time we were up at that fence, the further fence. So they put up a new fence and they put up new barriers, but that's not deterring people, obviously, as you can see. So we're just going to keep going towards the crowd here. But it's actually a huge crowd here. You see thousands of people in front, but also in Lafayette Park on our right, you see thousands more. I mean, it's really huge out here. Oh. So we're just continuing forward. And it's pretty cold out here, but people are braving the cold. They want their message heard. Happening here at the fence, and people are getting as close as they can, trying to
So we're monopolies still. But we're here at the White House when?
In Ummah.
Okay, and where are you all coming from?
Chicago, yeah. We have a big group. Our kids are also like, they're, you know, the fight is real. Even our kids see it. Like, our children are here. It's like such a great thing. It's like we're seeing Muslims, we're seeing people from every different type of background. Like, this is wrong, and the world has to wake up. It's really sad. Like, you know, we have people back home and friends and family that are like, you know, there's nothing you can do. And there is something you can do. You have a voice. You have to keep fighting.
Yeah, I mean, you know, what do you think is the way forward? I mean, the march and protest it, you know, I guess people are feeling like there's some saying, oh, that doesn't work. What do you say?
No, it definitely works, and you know, like for us, we hold on to our prayer. That's the first thing we have to keep our faith in God and keep the faith that's going to, that one day we say, inshallah, we say, you know, it will happen, and Palestine will be free, inshallah.
And, you know, we're here at the White House, and obviously the Biden administration has been enabling this genocide, greenlighting it. But the American people, on the other hand, they support ceasefire, and they're against unconditional aid to Israel. Why do you think it is that the Biden administration is just so...
Yeah, but we're fine. Multiple leaders, not even the U.S.
And this control of the lobbyists has to go. Enough is enough. Like, you know, if we are free people, then this, like, people have spoken. 61% of the it has to stop. Our government has to be in control of our country. It can't be controlled by lobbyists.
Right, I mean, that's not a democracy if you can just buy the Senate and the Congress. You know, and that's another thing. I mean, a lot of people are saying that the issue of Palestine is going to be a decisive issue in the election. I mean, a lot of people are saying they're not going to vote for Biden anymore over this. I don't know if you guys voted for Biden last election, but
yeah, I'm voting for Biden. And we're not going to vote for Trump. We're definitely not voting for Biden. I mean, there's many people who say that.
There's Jill Stein that we spoke.
Jill Stein, that's
she's an independent candidate.
we definitely are.
you know, there's some people who say, oh, well, if you don't vote for Biden, then you're supporting Trump. What would you say to those people?
You don't have to support Biden. You don't have to support Trump or Biden. You don't have to support both of them either. You can support others.
Change is only going to come if we are strong enough to say no to Biden and Trump. Like, otherwise we're always going to be down that same cycle. Like, it's just going to repeat, and that's how it's been. We've been so, like, fixated on Democrats, Republicans, Democrats. It's got to stop, because that's going to be the change of the generation. Like, that's what we feel.
I definitely agree. I think it'll be a huge change. Thank you so much for coming down. It must have been a... Thank you.
Yeah, we love your...
Yes.
Ones I could find that were broadcasting this live, because I remember when the pro-Israel protest was going on, there was so much coverage for it, and which is great. They should be sharing that as well. but we're here too, and we stand for something as well. And their lives matter just as equally. And the fact that I don't see those news and that media here broadcasting this worldwide, showing, hey, you know, Americans are here. We're Americans. We stand for this. Represent us as well in the mainstream media, not just in independent news coverage, which is important, and it should absolutely be encouraged. But that's not the only space where we should be getting our voices heard. And so I appreciate you guys being here and covering this. And all the media people, all the press that we've lost in Gaza, who are around the world reporting this issue and bringing light to it, we just want to say thank you, because we're learning from you guys, and we see your guys' sacrifices and hard work, taking the time to be here away from your families on a Saturday. I get it, and it's important. And we're doing the same thing, you know, and it goes back and forth. The media has an important role in democracy, and it's just incredible to me that most of Americans just don't hear the other side. We're just in a cone, and it's so unfortunate. And the fact that we're so divided with this only two-party system where you don't hear each other's voices, we only hear ourselves, and that's not a democracy. That's not going to bring debate. And watching presidential debates is so disappointing. And ever since I was a kid, it's been disappointing to watch, because it's the same rhetoric. It's me being told what to care about rather than me telling my representative, this is what matters to me. And that's what this is about. We're here to show that this matters to us. We will not forget. We will remember. And our vote, or our withholding of our vote, will be our voice. So if somebody wants our vote, show us that you're going to represent us, not whatever lobbyist, not anybody else, but us, the American people, not the corporations, not the lobbyists, but the people that you're supposed to represent.
Thank you, thank you. So we're still here at the White House, and it looks like people are going to be going all night long, but we're going to close out here at break. Sorry. Pause. Sorry. Okay. Oh.
Anyone know Yo-Yo? Anyone know Yo-Yo? Anyone know? Okay, so I'm just going to say something and you respond saying Yo-Yo. Okay? Yo, let hard and tough. Yo, let hard and tough. Yo, let hard and tough. Yo, let hard and tough.
Liberation. What do you want? And when do you want it? When I ask what do you want, you say free political prisoners. What do you want? And when do you want it?
When I ask, what do you want? You say, end the occupation now. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? And when do you want it? When do you want it? When do you want it? Biden, Biden, you can hide. Biden, Biden, you can hide. We charge you with genocide. We charge you with genocide. Blinken, Blinken, you can hide. Blinken, Blinken, you can hide. We charge you with genocide. We charge you with genocide. Free, free Gaza. Free, free Gaza. We don't want no Tuesday. Give us back 48. We want back 48. We don't want no Tuesday. We don't want no Tuesday. Give us back 48. Give us back 48.
Just wanted to let you know we're over there. If you want to get B-roll or hear our interview, Ishmael, who spoke earlier today, is here.
Palestinian to be so loud when you say that, because yes, we are Palestinians. Yabba, 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 Can I bring some people up here to sing it together? Who knows Jannah Jannah? Come and sing it. Let's sing it together. Come on. Come on. Who knows Jannah Jannah? Come on, guys. Who knows? Okay, if you know Jannah Jannah, then come out. Jannah. Jannah. يا وطننا يا وطن يا حبيب يا متراب الطيب حتى نار الجنة حتى نار الجنة جنة جنة تسلم يا وطننا يا وطن يا حبيب يا متراب الطيب يا وطن يا حبيب يا حبيب عمر
So we're here at the White House with.
Iman Jaffrey, Maheen.
And where are you all coming from?
We're originally ethnically from Pakistan, but we're in the DC area. We live here. Yeah.
You're both from DC. So what brings you out here?
Honestly, this is just a cause. It's not about race. It's not about religion. At the end of the day, it's about humanity. And we just want to show our support for people. It's just seeing all this heartbreaking stuff on the internet. It actually hurts our hearts. You know, it breaks our hearts. It's just we want to show our support for our brothers and sisters that are suffering across the world.
And you guys are pretty young. I mean, when did you start learning about the Palestinian issue?
I feel like this has been going on, you know, like it's not, like it doesn't come with an age. Like my 4-year-old brother, he knows that, you know, McDonald's is bad, they're killing children. It's not about age, it's about, you know, like general, like human concept. It's common sense that what's happening, it's wrong. There's no age that comes with it. You just need to learn that, you know, like we all are one. Like there's no, like this whole earth is just one green earth. The only thing that separates us is borders. We need to overcome that, come together for a great cause. So there's no age, you know, you see what's happening, you stand up for it, and you speak for it. That's it.
So we're here outside the White House, and obviously Joe Biden is like, he knows we're here, we're yelling outside his house, but he continues to send money to Israel, weapons to Israel. Why do you think that is?
At this point, it's not the eyes that are blind, it's the hearts that are blind, so that's the only reason why he's not doing anything. It's his heart's blind. And it'll all come down, you know, truth speaks for itself, so at the end of the day, we're going to get our justice.
We will, I'm sure. Thank you. Hi, guys, are you... Yeah, okay, where are you all coming from?
Chicago.
Chicago?
Yeah,
Chicago.
Yeah. Straight repping.
Yeah? So how long was your trip?
So it was a 14-hour drive. You know, we came here.
It was long, but worth it.
We left at 6 a.m. in the morning to come over here. You know,
we weren't paid to be here either.
You weren't paid to be here. You didn't get the $250 that I heard the Israelis.
They're bought and sold. We're free. We don't do any of that money. We don't need to be. We're on here on our own dime.
So, you know, one of the big themes, people are talking about how Palestine is really going to affect Joe Biden in this election. I mean, obviously we're here right now, a lot of angry people pissed off about the fact that he's supporting this genocide. What are you hearing in Chicago? Like, are your friends, your neighbors, your community, what are they saying about Joe Biden?
I mean,
man, he's not going to run for president. There's no way he's going to.
I mean, Joe Biden, his breakfast affects his mind each day. So we don't even know how, he doesn't even know what Gaza is going to affect him. How can he worry about his breakfast each day? This excuse of a president has done nothing for this economy. Citizens in Israel have better health insurance than citizens in America. How is that possible? You don't even have to support Palestine. How do you support a state where you're getting better health insurance over there than you are in your own country? You're a second-class citizen in your own country, and yet you still support this war? That's outrageous.
It's disgusting. I mean, even in the city, I'm sure in Chicago too, you see homeless people, you see people struggling to pay rent.
Veterans, people who fought and served in the military service in the U.S. are not even taken care of properly. And the citizens in Israel have health insurance, free health care, free education, anything they need at their very whim, and they work nothing for it. Even citizens slave every day, and they pay their taxes on time just for it to be sent over to a third country or a second world country or first world country. They don't get any taste of their own hard work.
What do you think needs to happen to change this?
The people need to stop supporting these corrupt politicians that launder money into their own accounts and fill their pockets before thinking about the people who run this country, the truckers, the healthcare workers, the people who run our country and help support our economy and who help run this beautiful country. They're ruining it by letting these few individuals who call themselves elites, who call themselves our leaders. These are not leaders, these are followers. The wolves are here working and the sheep are ruling the wolves. How is that possible?
You know, how do you guys feel about these other countries? I mean, you know,
Yemen, South Africa, a lot of countries are beginning to step up and doing what really needs to be done to bring.
First say, shout out, Allah yakhallikum ya Yemen, intu ma'ana. Shout out to my brothers in Yemen, who are the only country, they don't have their own water, they don't have their own food. Allah yakhallikum ya Islam for Yemen and South Africa. These are the true, carrying on the legacy of Nelson Mandela. These are the true men of the world, the true women who support. And we may different religion, different race, but we're all a part of the human race. And when one part of us bleeds, all of us bleeds. Takbir! Allahu Akbar! Takbir! Allahu Akbar! God is the greatest. That's what we're saying right now. Don't get it twisted.
But you see with South Africa filing the genocide charges, with Yemen shutting down the Red Sea. I mean, it feels more and more like the world is coalescing around Palestine, and it leaves Israel, the U.S., the U.K., Canada. They're like these outliers. They're pariahs now internationally. The world looks at us and says, "Wow, these are the people supporting this genocide." I mean, it feels like almost the power dynamic in the world is shifting.
I mean, look at the world sees the truth now, and soon to come, everyone's going to see the truth, and Palestine will be free, inshallah.
Look at the UN. All these countries voted against this corruption that's going on. Yet it takes one country to overturn the whole process. What kind of corrupt system is this? They're puppets. They don't realize the U.S. is using them as puppets right now. How do we allow our great country to overturn genocide that's going on? We should veto this. There should be a ceasefire now. This is ridiculous.
Right, and it was the U.S. that one vote.
One country. It's ridiculous. How is that possible?
Soon every country will come to know, and we're all going to align together, inshallah, and Palestine will be free one day, inshallah.
Hey, do your clips go on Al Jazeera? Do your clips go on Al Jazeera?
Sometimes, yeah.
For real?
Yeah.
All right, let me say something. Yeah. Hey, لا خالاتي ولا خوالي ولا أعمامي ولا عماتي في انصارات وفي الزوايدة. خليكم صابرين، نحن معاكم والله معكم، وإن شاء الله الحرب سوف تخلص، وإن شاء الله فلسطين سوف تكون حرة، بلدا حرة.
تكبير!
الله أكبر.
What did you say?
I have family living in the Nusayrat refugee camp. Okay, I'm telling my family to stay strong. God is with you. We are with you. All right, and be patient. Be patient. The war will end, and Palestine living under an occupation that will soon go away. Palestine will be free, and God is with us. Thank you.
Well, I think the occupation will end soon, thanks to young people like you and young people around the world and all the people here supporting the Palestinians. So I think, yes.
I'll say one thing. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. يا رب افرجها على فلسطين وعلى كل غزة. يا رب اهديهم. يا رب اشفيهم. يا رب كويهم. يا إسلام في فلسطين. من مرة don't give up. من مرة لا تنسوا عن غزة. لا تنسوا عن اليمن. لا تنسوا عن أمة الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. Thank you all. Please, everyone watching this, go support Palestine. This is the human race. Help your brothers out. If you're not a Muslim, you're not a Christian, you're not a Jewish, it doesn't matter. You're a human. You should support your people. These are people out there who are bleeding, dying, babies. They're innocent. They just got born into the world. You believe they deserve suffering and pain? Then ask yourself, are you a true human being, or are you a monster like the rest of these devils that run around claiming they're humans, but behind their mask they're a devil? Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Nice meeting you guys.
Take care. Thank you. Take care, guys. Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to turn back to the White House. So we're here at the White House. People are still going. It's getting dark, but the crowd is still going strong. Hey, some people just shouted "Free Palestine" at me. A lot of people shouting "Free Palestine," but the crowd here is continuing to chant, and it's staying strong, even though it's really cold out here. It's getting dark. Anyone else?
Stop. No fake news.
of Gaza now! End the siege of Gaza now! End the siege of Gaza now!
Yeah, turn which way? Turn which way? Back?
Yeah.
Free Palestine!
Down, down with occupation! Up, up with liberation! Down, down with occupation! Up with liberation! Down, down with occupation! And the occupation now! We want justice, you say how? And the occupation now! And the siege on Gaza now! And the siege on Gaza now! Biden, Biden, you a liar! Biden, Biden, you're a liar! We demand a ceasefire! We demand a ceasefire! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
Watch out for the wire.
Yeah.
You good?
You want me to stand there?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, so we're here with
Ali Al-Khatib, or Ali in English.
And where are you coming from?
Well, I was born in Chicago, but a Palestinian father and a Lebanese mother. I'm coming today here from Atlanta.
And you were telling me earlier that are you Lebanese or you were just in Lebanon?
So my father's Lebanese. My father's Palestinian. My mom is Lebanese from southern Lebanon. In 2006, my mom and my dad and I, we went down to Lebanon for her to get like cancer treatment for breast cancer in the AUB, and that's why we're in Lebanon in 2006.
And so you were telling me some of the experiences you had were reminding me a lot of what's happening in Gaza right now.
Honestly, what we lived through, as bad as it was, it's nothing compared to what's going on in Gaza right now. But I'll tell you my story, because they like to quote-unquote call themselves immoral, but they're far from being moral. In 2006, the first thing they bombed was the airport. Then they bombed the highways and the roads, and they blockaded the seaports. They say they dropped those flyers, they let us get out, but the reality of it is they dropped those flyers in my neighborhood 5 minutes before bombing us. And the audacity on them, they tell us hey, you have to go from area A to area C. No, we have to pass through area B, and no, they bombed the roads to get there. Oh, we're supposed to escape, but you bombed our ways not to escape. Till today, I remember how the ground shakes with every bomb they drop. And I'll tell you one thing, in war, when you're being bombed, it's not your own life that you worry about the most. It's like not wanting to wake up every second to your family, to your loved ones dismembered. For me, it was my mom and dad. I didn't want the next blink I open my eyes, something happening to them. I mean, you remember everything. Did you remember the scream from people under the rubble, trying to do what you can? I don't know what that is. I mean, if you didn't know about this, they actually have a whole military strategy for targeting civilians called the Dahi Doctrine.
After Dahiya in Lebanon.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I mean, seeing what's happening in Gaza right now, the mass evacuation orders where they tell people, oh, go down south, and then they bomb the south, watching them drop leaflets and then bomb. I mean, that's exactly what happened to you.
Yeah. Yeah. They do that all the time, and not any bombs. They drop white phosphorus bombs.
So this is really nothing new.
No, it's a trend. It's been a trend for years.
And I mean, the Dahiya doctrine, for those who don't know, is the doctrine of using disproportionate force, just total asymmetrical. We're going to throw everything at the enemy and also destroy their infrastructure and, basically demoralize the civilian population. That's what they're doing to Gaza.
Targeting civilian infrastructure to inflict a severe economic and political loss. That's their strategy.
So, what you're telling us right now is this is nothing new. What's happening in Gaza, they did it in 2006, they did it in 2009, they did it in 2014, they did it in 1948 and 1967.
I mean, people just have to look at Deir Yassin massacre, Lydia, Romney massacres, Tantura massacres, Safsaf massacre, Sasa massacre, the massacre in Akka. It's a trend of massacres. Khani massacres, Sabra and Shatila massacres. So my parents both were on the rescue team, civilian rescue team for Sabra and Shatila. And I think they told us stories of unbelievable acts, and the audacity of them using the massacres that they committed in Sabra and Shatila and say those were for October 7th. No, you're liars. Those are the massacres you committed on Sabra and Shatila. We know the stories, and there's a lot of history of it.
Yes, and they knew, and they let it happen. They knew exactly what the phalangists would do. I mean, that's another thing. Israel is really it's really plagued the whole region. I mean, it's not just Palestine. It's Lebanon, it's Syria, it's Egypt. It is the aircraft carrier that has just decimated and divided the entire region.
Yep, yeah. You're absolutely right. I mean, it's we just want to live in peace and equality and in our land. And it's been said time and time again, hey, if Palestine is liberated, what would happen to people currently living there? And it's always been the Palestinian answer that they can live among us equally and they will have the same exact rights as we do. Or they can get out. But we demand equal rights for everyone. And why is that such a audacity thing to say, wanting people to live in dignity and equality and peace? It's just abnormal. So it's just abnormal. People fight you for that.
Yes, it's a very abnormal situation, abnormal regime we're dealing with. But I think the steadfastness of the Lebanese people in 2006 and 1982, it shows us, in 2024 now, I think that Israel will find the same fate in Gaza. But we're going to turn back to the crowd now. We're still here at the White House, and people are continuing on. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I love watching videos again. You guys are making amazing work. Thanks, bro. No, of course. Thank you, man.
So we're here back at the White House with Leanne Fullahan from the People's Forum. We've spoken before. How you feeling today?
Great. This is extremely exhilarating.
I've been talking to people all day, and they really feel like one national march, that was impressive, but two, that's historic. That's, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. What do you make of it?
I think that what we hoped would happen happened, which is that there's no turning back. The movement for Palestine has taken off since October 7, and November 4 was a historic moment. And then I think that the White House and all the pro-Zionist forces in this country hoped that it would die down. And that's clearly not the case, because here we are in the middle of the freezing cold weather, and we're at it again. So I think what we were all saying and hoping for back in November, which is that November was the beginning, is true. This is actually a new moment. It's a new phase. We're not turning back. We're entering a new era in the movement for Palestine.
Yeah, we definitely are, because like Leanne's saying, it's freezing, and I need everyone to understand that. It is bitter cold, but there's so many people out here. But, also thinking back to November 4th, thinking back to just a few months ago, things were really different. I mean, there was no one in Congress who would even say the word ceasefire, who would support a ceasefire. There are 60 today. There are people in all sectors of society mobilizing for Palestine that we just never would have imagined. What kind of changes are you seeing in this country, around the world, that just indicate that things are moving forward on this issue?
Well, I think the White House administration has lost legitimacy in laying out what the world order should be. On the geopolitical stage, the White House is completely isolated, and internally it's completely isolated, even within its own government. I think that's exactly what you just described. And everyone over the past 3 months, if they didn't realize it before, now they're realizing it, that this system is totally bankrupt and that it's not representing people's interests. And everyone, whether they knew about Palestine or not, they're not willing to be part of enacting a genocide on another people. They're just not. And neither are those who are working inside the White House, the majority of them. And we're seeing that. So I think this is what this is doing, is showing that, the system doesn't actually represent the interests that it claims it represents. Biden has lost complete legitimacy. Whoever sits from those main two parties is going to have no legitimacy. And I think this is marking a moment where we're going to see people change. The question is, can we be organized to make a better change? We don't want to we want to build on this moment. We want to make sure that all this consciousness that has been raised, that we can actually keep growing and keep building, because for a long time, the White House has been a symbol of war and genocide and dispossession and exploitation, and we really need to do what we can to change that. So.
Yeah, it really needs to be painted a million times red. And, you know, you say the task now is to sort of build the momentum and make sure people keep going forward. You're involved in the Shut It Down for Palestine Coalition. Can you talk a little bit about what you're doing as of late? I know you're targeting politicians, and I saw some videos of Chuck Schumer. For those who haven't seen, Chuck Schumer has been waking up at 4:30 a.m. every morning this week because people from the Shut It Down for Palestine Coalition are outside his house. But can you talk a little bit about what the coalition is up to right now?
Sure. So, I mean, the coalition we're still going. We're still calling days to shut it down. People are answering the call, not only across the U.S., but around the world. I think what's true is that the movement is growing strong. People are taking action everywhere they go. And what we've been doing now is calling for open organizer meetings. And people come in the hundreds and they organize action. So the Chuck Schumer wake-up calls, that's a group of people who live in the same neighborhood who got together and said, hey, like, we all live here, let's just go wake him up every day. So in New York City, at least, every single day, there's like at least 5 actions happening across the city. So what the Shut It Down Coalition really is doing is multiplying the level of organization. And people are organizing actions, they're leading actions, they're building the skills to be able to do it, and we're basically preparing for a long struggle. This is a new phase. This is going to be a struggle to free Palestine that could take, we're not sure how long, but we should certainly know that we're not going back. So the more that we can build confidence, build strength, build skills for people to continue putting political pressure on these so-called leaders of the United States, it's gonna be really strong, and it's only getting stronger.
You know, you say there's no going back, and obviously in the political sense, I don't think this is going back to the way things were anytime soon. But also, I mean, you've been sort of hosting these volunteer meetings, and I'm sure you've also seen people change, that they're not going back to the way things were. At the very beginning, you said, you know, we're not going along with business as usual anymore, and I think a lot of people took that to heart. But like, what have you just been seeing at these meetings as the coalition has grown? How have you seen people change and grow?
People have lost their fear. I think that something that November 4 did was give people a lot of confidence, and now it's just exploded. I mean, people are not afraid anymore. They're not afraid of losing their jobs. They're not afraid of losing anything at school. They're actually more afraid of sitting out, because this is a kind of moment that you'll look back on in your life and say, where was I? Was I on the right side? Was I doing the right thing? And so the momentum is really strong. The confidence is really strong, and it's really beautiful to see. People have been transformed from people who just go to protest and hold a sign to people who are, which is important, but now they're organizing their own protests, they're organizing speak outs, they're organizing actions, they're educating people around them. And I think that's what the White House fears the most, because they've been banking on the fact that people are going to take their narrative for truth, and it's not happening. People are actually doing the work to not only figure out what the truth is, but to educate everyone else in their lives. So I think it's a really impressive and beautiful moment, and we've seen a lot of people blossom into leaders, basically. It's been really, really beautiful.
Yeah, and I think the fact that they pushed the fence back an additional 30 feet also shows how afraid they are. But thank you, Leanne. Thank you so much, as always. We're going to turn back to... it looks like we have some more folks here. What are your names?
Safe.
Mohammed.
Where are you guys coming from?
Texas.
Houston, Texas.
Houston, Texas. I guess that's why you guys are in T-shirts. You guys don't get cold.
We had to come back quick. We wanted to support. We're in our hotel.
Yeah.
So, what was your journey like?
Sorry?
What was your journey like? How long?
It was amazing. It was a 3-hour flight.
3-hour flight.
Okay.
We got here yesterday.
Did you come with friends, family?
Family.
Yeah, he's my friend.
Yeah.
How old are you guys? If you don't mind me?
I'm 12.
I'm 13.
Wow. Okay. Really, truly, everyone is here with us. So you're 12 and 13. How'd you learn about Palestine?
We were born and raised there. We were always there.
Yeah.
Where at?
In Ramallah.
In Ramallah.
Well, okay, that's amazing. I have friends there. So I mean, what do you feel? I mean, actually, let me ask you this: You're young. What are people in middle school and high school talking about Palestine? Do they know about Palestine?
do they talk to you guys?
Yeah. Well, half of them say that Palestine is bad, and half of them say that Palestine is good.
Yeah, and most of them, they don't even know the story, but they always choose sides about it, and that's what really hurts us.
They don't know what they're talking about.
They don't know what they're saying about it.
But you guys educate them, I'm sure.
I don't really educate them, but I just know what the world's going on and what's going on through their head and stuff, and like realizing like how they don't know what's going on and they're still choosing sides. It's like crazy.
Exactly.
That's true. I mean, I remember when I was younger, I would watch TV and I would see all this stuff about the Iraq War, and I knew things about it. I would say these things, and I realized I didn't even know like what I was talking about. It's like the media sort of brainwashes you. So where do you guys follow the news on Palestine?
Yeah, we usually follow the news, but also our parents also keep us updated if we can't really understand what's going on. So they always just stay on tack with us.
And what are you guys watching? What are you following news-wise?
I'm not really sure. I don't really watch it with my parents, but if I see it once in a while, they usually keep it more understandable to me.
Are you guys organizing protests? And are you sort of speaking out in Texas?
We go to City Hall in Houston when we try like keeping it organized there, and we help out.
Yeah, in Houston there's a lot of protests, so we always go to it.
What's that?
In Houston there's a lot of protests, so we always go to them.
Yeah. And the protests are well received?
Huh? Yeah, the protests are nice. Yeah, they're pretty nice.
They're expected to be, and they're always better than what the expectations, which is always great for us.
Well, it's really inspiring to see young guys like you out here for Palestine. I didn't learn about it until I was much older, so thanks for speaking to us, and thanks for being here, for real. You've come a long way, yeah.
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine.
I've seen you before. I just want to say thank you for all the work that you're doing, man. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for being here.
No, man. Thank you for all the work that you're
doing.
Of course. Videos. We love you. You've done some fantastic, amazing videos. Do you mind if I get a selfie with you?
For sure, yeah.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah, have a good one.
Keep going.
All right, so yeah, we're still here at the White House. We got another. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Doing well. What's your name?
Nabil.
Nabil.
Yeah.
Where are you coming from?
I'm from Seattle.
Okay. Wow. That's far.
Yeah.
You flew here.
Yeah, I flew here. I came here on Friday.
On Friday. Okay. So you got in last night.
Like Thursday morning, like Thursday night, Friday. Yeah.
Okay.
Like late.
Are you here with friends, family?
Just me.
Just you. Just you.
Just me. I flew. Yeah.
Wow. Is this your first time in DC?
I came here once a long time ago, but like, it was just like a vacation trip.
But you felt this was that important that you had to be out here.
Yeah. No. Obviously, the main thing that I think a lot of people don't understand is like, a lot of people feel like protests in general, you want change to happen from this. The thing is, like, beyond protests, just showing we have a voice has way more conflict, because Israel, as, like, think of any conflict you've ever seen before. Israel is the only state that's really been pushing social media like crazy. They have their own social media account. They push all their videos, and they do everything they can to make them seem like victims and spread everything they can. That's because their reputation matters, because if they are to successfully ethnically cleanse Palestine, which I don't believe, if that were to happen, then they need to maintain a good reputation so they can actually survive as a country. Because who wants to work with them if they're going to just try and take over all the Arab world?
Very wise man here.
And so like, just putting this out for Israel to see, and know, like, us, like, even though the government may support them, us as people don't, they have to really watch their step. Because if you get the whole country, it's not looking good.
It is amazing the PR that Israel's been able to pull. The way they tried to convince people that they didn't bomb that hospital, only to find out that they've carried out 200 attacks on hospitals in the last 90 plus days. The way they are, twisting people's words, calling them anti-Semitic, or saying, the sort of propaganda about the fake stories of sexual assault, all of this, it is amazing. But like you're saying, I think the propaganda is also like starting not to work.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like a big reason for propaganda starting not to work is just because social media in general
all these people to see the support for Palestine these days?
It's amazing because, like, I'm young. I'm in my early 20s. But, like, even then, I remember back in middle school, like my family has always been very pro-Palestinian. But even then, like, it was very... I was almost, like... They were very convincing of Israel's argument. That's because just growing up, it's all Western-centered focus and all that. And so, like, even now, just to think, like, I'm actually seeing the American public very pro-Palestinian for the first time, when I never thought that would happen, because, like, typically in Western history, it's always the West sides with whatever colonizers going on.
It is truly amazing to see, and I think for anyone who's been involved in the movement for some time, like, you know, the way people talk about Palestine these days is completely different. But yeah, sure.
The other thing that I also think that's really amazing is, like, look at other things that happened, like, recently. Not even that far past, recently. Roe v. Wade got overturned. When Roe v. Wade got overturned, when George Floyd got overturned, you saw large, like, crowds like these as well in protests, but they died, like, a month later or so. We're now 100 days after, and we're still, like, just as large, if not larger. So that really gives me hope that, like, we're, like, finally have some traction, and we're not letting it slip at all. Like, we actually might get some change. Will it happen? I doubt the U.S. government, considering that the whole creation of Israel is a Western agenda.
Really been impressive. Thank you so much. Yeah. So we're going to be turning back to the crowd. We're still at the White House, and as you can see, people are still protesting, going strong. So we're going to start to wrap up here. We're going to close out. But I think people are going to keep going all night, so we can't stay here all night. Our batteries are going to die eventually. But we just want to say thank you again to everyone who tuned in, everyone who's been supporting Breakthrough, everyone who's been going out and protesting. It really makes a difference. And, you know, this war is, you know, as much a shooting war as it is a information war and a media war. So we really want to thank everyone that's made this all possible, that's supported independent media, And, if you haven't, we have a GoFundMe on our page still going. But it really makes a difference to get, true information and real journalism out there. So, again, we just want to thank you all. And as long as these protests are going, as long as these marches are going, we're going to continue to cover them at Breakthrough. So, just stay tuned for the next one. But that'll do it for us tonight. Thank you so much for tuning in. Good night.